Day 21 of the war in Iran. And as you can see from the title, today we'll talk about our favorite RT journalist, Steve Sweeney, a little bit more. He published a little bit more videos, as well as many people commented on what has happened to him. And I guess, to start us off nicely, maybe just a reminder of who Steve Sweeney is.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell.
So yeah, when IDF tells you they're going to strike a breach and then you decide to go and record on location, I don't regard that as journalism. James, and we'll all, of course, go to many other news today, but I wanted to start with this off today. I'm Daniel. Joining me today is James Valiant. And we should be, of course, joined by more people later on. And a reminder that, of course, as every day, we are starting with ads. But once we reach the goal of $100 super, £100 super chat, we will turn off the ads for the rest of the live stream. But James, any thoughts on this guy's journalism?
Yeah, in a war zone, one really ought to be careful where one is reporting from whence one is recording. Yeah, what can you say? I mean, the journalism is a dangerous business. That's true. But if you're being told that something is an area under strike, you would think you would stay clear of it if you had any sense of self-preservation, unless you were aiming either to become a martyr for the cause or to get really close up firsthand, images of that kind, but that could hardly have been a surprise. But there's journalism and there's propaganda, and it could be for the right one side or another side. It's if your point though is to get information, that is what would justify taking a risk of going into a war zone. But even there, you have to be careful. I mean, to get your information out, you have to survive a blast. So professional journalists try to avoid the actual place where the bomb is going to go off. And if they have any reason, they'll avoid it. Now, they may come in afterwards or something, or may get as close as they think is safe. But journalism is almost dead in one sense. What's really unfortunate is I can remember a time when, I could even detect the political biases of journalists, but they were at least journalists trying to provide the objective facts that everyone would be interested in and that we can all agree upon. Today, there's very little journalism left. Journalism is a dying art. Over the course of my lifetime, I've watched as journalism, there is no, let me put it this way, there's no value-free presentation of the facts. The fact that you consider the war important, the fact that you consider this action important, itself reveals a set of values. So there's no value-free reporting, if that's what you're looking for in objective journalism. On the other hand, there is fact-based journalism as opposed to, grinding my axe kind of propaganda. Everything is going to be filtered. All the facts are going to be filtered through what I want you to think about it. And they're a professional in whatever field, history, journalism. What they do is they try to separate out their value conclusions, let me put it that way, from the facts that anyone would be interested in, regardless of their value conclusions, as much as possible. And of course, you can't present, like I say, a complete value-free list of all the details that occurred on the planet Earth today. No one would be interested. It wouldn't be valuable, right? There are more important and less important things, and those things do sort of impose a set of values on any journalistic report. But journalism in the sense of reporting facts that would be interesting to people other than those who share my views, that art is dying, unfortunately.
We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. And we'll stay on that story a little bit longer. As I've said, a few more things have gone out But let's go to the news. So something that I think we do have to mention it, and I don't know, James, if you've seen it, but Chuck Norris has died
I
at
did.
86. I've
I
seen yesterday. I've seen that he has been hospitalized. I was thinking about like mentioning that, but yeah, apparently it was something really bad. And yeah, I mean, for me, the icon of 2010s, like early memes, and of course, like a big action hero.
He was invincible in those memes, right? The irony here is that life is finite and that we are all finite beings, even the invincible Chuck Norris. But what a wonderful legacy to leave the world, that I can overcome anything. And what a wonderful image. I mean, frankly, I love the idea of the hero who overcomes everything. But life is finite. There is no infinite, and all good things, including the career of Chuck Norris, must come to an end. But what a great career, what a legacy he left behind to the rest of us, for which we should be grateful, in my view.
And I guess God giveth and God taketh, because on the other side, Quds Force chief Ismail Khani is actually alive, or rather, I don't think we presume that he was dead. I don't think there was any. Even Israel didn't talk, like they haven't mentioned him. But there was some speculation about maybe he's on house arrest, maybe he's been killed by the IRGC because he had ties to Israel. But no, apparently now he is back to public light. He posted a message, and here is some of what it was. It has become clear to all the resistance front possesses valuable capabilities. The resistance front entered the war against America and Israel independently and on its own initiative in defense of Iran, and has carried out effective operations so far, with more surprises to come. And he also said, the front of truth will grow stronger day by day and will continue to fight the enemies of Islam and humanity with greater force than before. So I guess kind of a mild statement, coming from Iran, coming from the Quds Forces commander.
When
The
someone
chief,
says
rather.
the truth, though, like that, the truth, and it was spontaneous. When you hear someone talk like that, you should actually suspect the opposite. In other words, our backs are against the wall, we're really desperate, and I need to lie about it. Translation. It's really funny. Scholars have observed. We were talking about the Bible yesterday, and you guys were all calling upon my expertise. One of the interesting things about the letters of Paul in the New Testament is that he very frequently will stop and say, "And believe me, I'm not lying. And believe me, I'm not lying." And around, when it becomes the second, third, fourth time someone is insisting that they're not lying, you begin to suspect, are you lying to me? So the truth will come out, Danielle. The truth will come out. And boy, it just spontaneously arose because and that's the message. That's the propaganda message for the Western media, isn't it? The Iranian people are all behind the Islamic Revolution, aren't they? And so it's just a spontaneous uprising. Well, I'll tell you what was the spontaneous uprising. Was 1 million or so people in early January rising up in every province of Iran that compelled the government to have to slaughter over 30,000 of their own people. Now that I find to be a not only spontaneous, but incredibly courageous, and it tells you something about the real attitudes about the Iranian people, it seems to me.
We have a super chat from Shosbo. Thank you so much. He says, only time can delete Chuck Norris. Well, I mean, for me, I don't know, James, if you're a big fan of Futurama, but there is one episode where they travel forward in time until the heat death of the universe, and then like the universe basically restarts. So they realize like universe is like a cyclical thing.
Recurrence, right?
Yeah. That's what I expected when Chuck Norris would die. I just thought like the universe would restart. Like, okay, now we're going second time. But yeah, it's
a wonderful thing about motion pictures and recorded images and sound, which is really a human invention that has only been around for a short while, the last century or so, century and a half, let's say, of any kind of moving images or anything, is that the work of great actors, the work of dancers, the work of singers, the work of musicians, performing artists. Think of it. There were ballet dancers, there were great actors, and before the time of motion pictures, whose work is completely lost to us, and all we have are secondhand reports of those performing artists. But no, thanks to the advent of moving pictures, his work will live forever, and that's one of the great things about modern technology. The work of great performing artists, whether they're actors, martial artists, dancers, musicians, singers, recorded sound and recorded images now have preserved their artistry for all time.
Yeah. So, I guess I feel like I wanted to say something on that. But I don't remember because I was doing something else. So sorry for that. But something separate. Okay, I guess going back to the news, Russia summons Israeli envoy a third time after the missile hit near the ARCUK, after the Steve Sweeney guy, which is what we've talked about. So of course Israel is denying any fault, because again, they did the maximum. Well, I think unfortunately they did something, right? Like telling your enemies when you're going to strike. But, let's say unfortunately, we are in this framework of the just war theory, or the sort of the understanding of war we have right now. But yeah, Israel did know they're going to strike this, and then they did strike this. The guy knew they were going to strike and went there, not despite of it, but because of. Yeah, he went there because he was going to be struck, and because he knew that he wouldn't, or at least had I think, decent belief that he wouldn't get killed, because he was standing a good amount of distance from the place that was actually going to be struck. Again, he's not important enough to be targeted. Nobody knew about him.
And Israel didn't have to. I mean, everyone knew what Israel was starting to do in Lebanon. It had been going on for some time. And so everyone in Lebanon should be on. Let me just repeat this. Everyone in Lebanon should be on notice about what's going on. And no nation on earth, all we'd have to do is put journalists there, and that would prevent your action. Sorry. You're the ones who are going to have to adapt to this war of self-defense that's going on. Israel's protecting itself from Hezbollah. And so, I'm sorry, your journalists are the ones who have to take care. Something much more important is going on. You're lucky you had the notice that you did, and the notice that you were fortunate enough, because Israel doesn't, as you point out, have to indicate anything. Should have been enough. If not, it's up to the journalist.
Well, I mean, technically it does too, depending on what framework you want. I don't think morally, I don't think the way war should be fought, they should notify it. But yeah, under the, let's say, international standards or whatever.
It depends, But surely, in general, everybody knew what Israel was starting to do in Lebanon, and so everyone should be on notice. Am I in a dangerous place? Am I near a Hezbollah, HQ or something, or Hezbollah, stronghold? I mean, Russia's complaint.
It was a bridge that was supplying Hezbollah, and it was already struck once. Israel just like on the video we can see it. It's already like half destroyed.
It's Russia's complaint is what you need to respond to. No, your journalists are the ones who need to be careful. This is a war going on. We are not going to stop our war plans because you decide to have a journalist in a certain location. That's insane. It's your journalists who need to have the awareness. Now, being a war correspondent, that's probably a too highfalutin title for this guy. But the point is, if you are a war correspondent, it's a deadly dangerous job sometimes. You know, good journalists, for example, have been killed or badly injured in Ukraine. It's the nature of warfare. But if you want your report to come out, you want your correspondent to survive. So you're the one who has the burden of, taking care that your journalist doesn't get bombed. In a war zone, the war zone has priority, Russia. You're going to have to cope with it, Russia today, not the IDF.
All right. So, is there any other news we have missed? I mean, apparently, at least from what I'm hearing from some Israelis, the barrages coming from Iran are again getting more, not necessarily intensive. I don't think we are seeing any rise in casualties, but persistent. Especially during the night after, let's say, usually after I guess Israeli time it would be after 11 or midnight. For a few hours, basically every half an hour, every tens of minutes, basically you have to run to a shelter, wake up. So definitely not ideal when it comes to just keeping your sanity, just having to wake up, having to constantly deal with that. Exhaustion can get really bad. So for the sake of Israelis, I just hope more actions will be taking Iran against Iran, so they can't afford to do these things.
And the kind of restraint that Israel and America are using is not to be expected from Iran, who they're aiming for civilians and to disrupt civilian life as much as possible. They're not aiming at military targets and so forth. But in any case, it's just the nature of war, and my hat has to come off for the incredible courage of the Israeli people to endure this. But it is a matter of their survival. Iran is the source of, their attackers. I mean, they're the suppliers. They're the main funders of Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. So this is if it's an existential crisis right now for the Iranian regime, it has always been an existential crisis for Israel, and that's what makes it necessary, and why I stand in awe of the courage and fortitude of the Israeli people. Did you hear about the young men who got executed, including that young wrestler, by the Iranian government? That was news that I woke up to this morning. Maybe you can find it on the internet, I'm not sure. But it was another news item that I noticed this morning, indicating the kind of regime that we're talking about. They have to slaughter innocent young men because they're so paranoid about the internal problem. I think the actual measure of Iran, the government's security or insecurity, are the steps they have to take. In January, obviously, or in early January, they had to slaughter thousands of their own people. They're in such trouble. And that was before their military was so badly degraded over the last 2 weeks. But as I understand it, what was it, just yesterday, these 3 young men were executed as enemies of the state.
Yeah, as sort of the protest leaders, despite the warnings coming from the US, which again, there shouldn't be any warnings. We should simply strike them. There is no, we don't have to wait for more escalation. The war is escalated. That's all you need. And somebody was asking any progress on the launchers in Iran. I think it's from the latest news I've seen, it seems very similar. The launches themselves, how many launches Iran manages, is down significantly, basically decapitated, right? It's down to 10% of what it was. And generally the ability to launch is down to 20%. Now it might be a bit further. Now, again, the big problem right now is the fact that apparently we cannot really strike them, or we don't really fully know the location, and only until after they strike or after they launch, we then see where they are launching from and can strike it. And because of that, they are launching much less, so we cannot
precisely. Nicely.
Iran wants to have the capability
They,
to continue.
they have to hold some back, so they can't use certain launchers if they're going to reserve any kind of capacity, right? On the other hand, the second they launch something, we have a site, and within minutes, that site can be taken out. That's the good news. The air superiority that the Israelis and the Americans have is such that within a matter of minutes, that launch site can be destroyed. Let's hope that we can make it only one launch per site, so that the launch site itself gets eradicated and can be no future problem. And the problem is, of course, that launch sites, if you don't do that, can be used again and again. But no, let's hope that we have it down to one time. You can use that launch site until it is destroyed within minutes. And that's what air superiority allows you to do. Very, very rapidly destroy the site from whence the source of the problem came.
Well, with that, we'll of course keep following the news, but let's go back to the Young Turks. They are the ones who are actually talking about the Steve Sweeney incident. So let's take a look. Maybe maybe they are behind Israel on this. Maybe they realize the bad nature of this guy. But let's take a look.
Attacking journalists is a war crime. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a war crime. But if they think that they're going to silence us, if they think that we're going to stay out of the field, they're very, very much mistaken.
Israel carried out an airstrike that certainly appeared to intentionally target RT journalist Steve Sweeney, the gentleman that you see in the video right next to me, and his cameraman, by the way, Ali Rida, as they were reporting on the ground in Lebanon, which Israel is currently in the process of attempting to annex with the false pretense of disarming Hezbollah. Now, the IDF's war against Lebanon resembles the war crimes that have been carried out in Gaza. In fact, the blueprint is very, very similar. And if you remember what happened and continues to happen to journalists on the ground in Gaza, you have a sense of what the journalists on the ground in Lebanon have been dealing with. Before we get to the details, Cenk, your 2 cents.
Yeah, so in a little bit, we want to tell you guys about how Israel has killed more journalists than the rest of the world combined. There are a set of numbers there that are stunning. They are record-breaking terrorists. So we'll explain now.
So Sweeney's reporting focused on how.
Okay, we can end at Cenk's 2 cents.
The vicious assumption that the journalist was targeted is just an assumption. I mean, just talk about a malicious, vicious assumption. And of course, the way they frame it, Hezbollah can attack Israel all they like, and Israel apparently can do nothing about it. The government of Lebanon is not a corrupt, evil thing for allowing Hezbollah to operate in their territory. No. It's all one-sided. They're vicious in their hatred of Israel, obviously, and their whole view is just completely twisted. It's astonishing. If there was a genocide in Gaza, why is it not still going on? Why is there a ceasefire holding, since the hostages have been released? Why isn't Israel continuing to, engage in this genocide, if genocide was indeed going on in Gaza? Similarly, in Lebanon, what you're really seeing is very targeted. It was like the pager attack on the Hezbollah leaders. It's extremely targeted against Hezbollah, the aggressors, the Iran-funded aggressors. Hezbollah is just an appendage of Iran, and here they are defending a murderous, theocratic, totalitarian regime and its proxies in their assault on Israel. So what you're seeing here is, total sympathy for the evil regime in Iran. They are supporters of theocratic authoritarians who slaughter tens of thousands of their own people. It is much easier, let me put it this way. It's obvious what Iran does to their own people. It's obvious how savage Iran is when it comes to the rights of women. It's obvious that Iran was the aggressor in the region, supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. So they are in the business of giving propaganda for military aggressors who oppress women, slaughter their own people in tens of thousands. So they are basically carrying water and spouting lies for one of the most evil regimes, if not the most evil regime when it comes to certain aspects on the planet. And so they're in the business of defending murderous dictators who rape and murder their own women, who execute their own young men who lead protests against them. They're in favor of systematic oppression and totalitarianism. So let me just do a little translation here. They say Israel is engaged in some kind of a war to, obviously Israel, if only half of what they said were true. I mean, Israel ought to occupy a good deal of Lebanon for their own self-defense. But I can't even imagine that's what the long-term goal of Israel is. So they're in the business of twisting facts to anything, and this is the way defenders of dictatorship are. The defenders of Hitler in his time, the defenders of Stalin in his time would lie and twist the facts so as to make it look like Hitler or Stalin were the heroes or the good guys. These guys are the contemporary equivalent of the defenders of Hitler and Stalin in their own time. You can slaughter your own people. You can throw your own women into prison, torture them, rape them, execute young men simply for having a difference with the government. Okay, you can be an aggressor. You can fund Houthi, Hezbollah. You can invade Poland. You can, that's what defenders of vile dictatorships do. They have to lie. But in any case, it was just wild. They're still harping on Gaza. Because, if you think about it, if Gaza was a genocide, Israel did the worst job in the history of genocides. Didn't they? No, but the facts are utterly strangers to these monstrous, lying defenders of murderous dictators. I mean, Schenck and Anna have to, how in their own minds, they have to be telling themselves lies.
You know what they remind me of?
What?
I think this is straight up. By the way, there's 10-hour version of that. By the way, this is Alex Jones for people who don't recognize the voice, but I think his voice is pretty recognizable. And again, going into what Steve Sweeney said, he said attacking civil infrastructure is a war crime. Well, technically, that's Geneva Convention's additional protocols 1, which is Israel not a signatory to. So sucks for you. But even then, because technically you could say it's customary international law. And again, specifically with this breach, if you go by the Geneva Conventions, you can attack a breach. That's okay if it is used for wartime purposes, and also you don't cause unnecessary harm or something.
It is up to the journalist to be in a place where the war is not happening. It is, you say, a war crime. So anytime a journalist might get injured, well, that's really ridiculous, because all you have to do is put people you call journalists in areas to make sure that they are free from any kind of attack. So the burden of proof is, first of all, I think it's a ridiculous rule. If there's some Nazi propagandist journalist during World War II, he's a valid target. Okay, the very idea that journalists should be off limits is a crazy idea, because they can absolutely be part of the evil war machine of the bad guys. So, first of all, I'm just saying that, just because you have the title journalist and just because you're, quote, reporting on something does not make you part of an evil, aggressive war machine, whether it's the Nazis, the communists, or now the Iranians.
Yeah,
and so
in a sense,
I would say, let me put it this way. If Schenck was there on scene, I would say he was a valid war target. I mean, his opinion makes it quite clear that he's a propagandist for evil murderers, a totalitarian dictatorship. If he were to go on scene and say, you can't hit me, that would be a war crime. No, it would make him a valid target, in my view. So first, let's just set aside the whole war crime because it's journalists. Insofar as there are independent journalists trying to get information out, it would not behoove anyone to target them. They are, after all, just journalists. And by the way, I discriminate, as I say, about journalists. If they're journalists on our side or on the side of sanity, I'd say, no. What we want the information out. So try to avoid them. But that's the most I could say. Try to avoid the good journalists. But that's it. We're not the presence of journalists cannot make something a zone of safety, sort of a protective dome that exists around journalists. This is again part of the twisting of the truth. Now, when you think about a Cenk Uygur looking in the mirror, I mean, he's got to know that he's lying to himself at some level. When you're talking about lies on the scope that Cenk Uygur tells, then what you're talking about is someone who's lying to himself constantly. And he has to. I mean, if you're going to be justifying the evil Iranian regime, if you're trying to protect the evil Iranian regime, now think about the kind of mental pretzels you'd have to work yourself into to be such an advocate of murderous dictatorship, savage Islamic murderous dictatorship. I mean, because that's the position he's in. How does the man live with himself? I mean, honestly, it has to begin with a twisted set of lies that completely corrupts all of his thinking. Lebanon is a war zone right now. In case y'all didn't know it, Hezbollah has genocidally sought the destruction of Jews in Israel. Newsflash to them, I know. But that's actually their stated goal and intention. And so he's down with that. These guys are down with the idea of people with a stated genocidal goal who are simply an appendage of a totalitarian dictatorship that brutally slaughters its own people. Okay, that's what they're defending. They are absolute sympathizers of totalitarian dictatorship. But as I've pointed out, it's my historical perspective, I know. But in its time, Stalin and Hitler and Mao all had their intellectual defenders in the West. And if we live to see a more civilized time, these guys will go down in history just like the worst Hitler and Stalin apologists of the past, because that's precisely what they are. And in order to do that, of course, they have to twist everything around, upside down, inside out, and backwards. If Israel's intention was genocidal, they're doing a horribly poor job. And in recent months, they really seem to have sort of given up the effort to commit a complete genocide of the people of Gaza, which tells you just how despicable that lie was from the start. I mean, talk about something that's factually obvious and that history will be very plain about. There were obviously no genocidal motives on the part of Israel. The people letting that lie escape their lips are the ones who are mentally twisted, moral defenders of the worst evil in the world. It's hard to wrap your head. Good people have a hard time understanding and grasping the nature of evil. There are truly evil people in this world who will lie to defend totalitarian dictators who slaughter their own people into the tens of thousands. And you're seeing it right here. Truly evil human beings. Truly evil human beings exist. And they're not just the rulers of the Islamic Republic. They're their defenders in Western media. So Cenk Uygur and his partner here are among the most evil people among Western media. They have to be. Look at the naked way they defend totalitarian dictatorship. Look at the naked way they're defending the slaughter of tens of thousands of Iranians. Look at the naked way they're defending aggression. Look at the scope of the lies they're willing to tell. These people are on the same moral plane as the intellectuals, and I put that in quotes, the intellectuals who at one time defended Stalin. And they were quite widespread in the 20th century, I can tell you. In the 30s, 40s, and 50s, you had a huge group of so-called intellectuals who were defending Stalin's Soviet Union. We think of, when we look back on the past, the left has sort of whitewashed their own history on this. And, they want us to think about the left in terms of, George Orwell was a socialist and he was a critic of Stalin. No, the main line of leftists in the middle of the 20th century were defending Stalin. And so we're living through a very similar period in which you'll have intellectuals absolutely going to bat for a murderous totalitarian dictatorship. Now, how they live with themselves, I do not know. But lies to others, when you lie to someone else, it normally begins with a twisted lie to yourself. So the chaos inside their own minds, I don't want to guess. That's between them and their therapist. But they are absolutely evil human beings, lying to the world because they lie to themselves about their what would be obvious to anyone else. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't I defending the bad guys here? Aren't I defending the appendage, Hezbollah, of and indeed the country itself of Iran, that is one of the worst murderous totalitarian regimes on the planet? That's what they're doing. It's just straightforward, and history, of course, will see it as straightforward and quite, almost self-evident. It's not self-evident. You have to put some pieces together. But the point is, come on, they're defending a regime that slaughters tens of thousands of its own people. They want it to survive. They're the good guys in their mind. Think of the scope of evil that implies. Think of the scope of the internal chaos and dishonesty that would require for them to utter lies like that. But journalists being some kind of a atrocity, well, if the journalist puts himself in what is a clear war zone, he knows he's taking a risk. You don't become a war correspondent without knowing you're taking an enormous risk. So the idea that somehow a journalist's presence there means that someone can't engage in a valid act of self-defense is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, this international law thing, think of the floating abstraction that really is. Think of the anti-concept that implies. I mean, okay, put a journalist there, and then all Hitler had to do was put journalists on the Normandy beach to prevent D-Day and turn D-Day into a giant war crime. Really? I mean, that's the implication here. So any rule that says you heard
well, I mean, it was a war crime. I mean, somebody took those pictures that I've seen, so
that's right.
Wasn't
and they knew
the
they were risking their lives. And if you were there with the Americans, who really had the brunt of it that day, on D-Day, I mean, the death, slaughter, and horror that day was pretty horrific. But brave Americans were trying to liberate the continent of Europe, is the way I look back on it, and the brave journalists who were trying to get the truth out. I mean, but it also, you get to filter. I mean, once upon a time, we used to say, wait a minute here, you just can't report any old thing because we are engaged in a war here. So war is one of those moments where they're actually, in a selective and temporary way, there's a kind of censorship that's appropriate. But that's the only time I can think of when government can appropriately censor information, and only for limited periods of time. But the idea that if a journalist gets killed, that's some kind of atrocity. No, journalists, good journalists doing good work in dangerous places will get killed, and they are kind of heroic, trying, if they're on the right side of things, getting out information about it to the world. But no, we just put our journalists there, and if they get, if they didn't even get killed, but if it comes close to them, that's become some kind of a war crime. What a bizarre approach to war. That would simply paralyze anyone from engaging in self-defensive action. As I say, all Hitler would have to have done is put, quote, German journalists on the correct scene. That would paralyze Allied action during World War II. That's absolute nonsense. It can't be that way when you're fighting an evil totalitarian dictatorship. But these people can't recognize that Iran is an evil totalitarian dictatorship, because that would be naming out loud the very thing that they are so aggressively defending with their lies. There's lies upon lies upon lies just within their own head, so that they can be such active defenders of totalitarian dictatorship and mass murder. That's what they are. That is the kind of evil scum that these people truly are. No different than like I say, the intellectuals and journalists in the middle of the 20th century who were so aggressively defending Joseph Stalin.
Let's take a look more.
How and why the IDF has been bombing infrastructure in southern Lebanon. Take a look.
Well, we're just driving back through Nabatea district where we've been filming over the past 2 hours. The area is coming under pretty heavy and sustained attack by Israeli fighter jets and artillery fire. Now, we believe that they've started bombing the bridges. These are the bridges that connect to the south of Lebanon, that exclusion zone, with the IDF having issued those evacuation orders. Now, they say that they're targeting those bridges to stop Hezbollah from resupplying its forces, resistance forces on the ground there. But in reality, with some 1 million people displaced from the south, that exclusion zone, the evacuation order issued for all areas south of the Zorani River, we're talking about 1 million people. What this is really about is cutting people off from their land, cutting people off from their homes, places that they've lived for generation after generation. And what it does is it makes those 1 million people now become potentially permanently displaced.
So you get the picture, right? Bombing the bridges could permanently displace the 1 million Lebanese residents who have been forced out of their homes in southern Lebanon. Now, the whole plan is to annex southern Lebanon, okay? Allegedly for a security zone, a buffer zone.
Sure.
Yeah, remember, Israel has invaded Lebanon multiple times, 1960s, 1980s. In fact, after invading Lebanon in the 1980s, Hezbollah sprung up as resistance to Israeli aggression and attempts at land theft. But
and then they said, well, because Hezbollah is trying to defend Lebanon, well, then we're going to have to attack Lebanon. It's always circular logic. And the other side is always the terrorists. They're always the victims. They just happen to wind up with all the land. Well, golly gee, I don't know how that happened. Well, I'm kidding, but that's literally what every national political reporter in America says. We don't know how they got all that land, but they're definitely the victims. They're not at all. So go ahead, tell us more about the terrorists.
So
they didn't get the land. Jews moved in. After, like, I don't have to explain this to Cheng. He knows this. He's just being a propagandist.
Think of it. I laugh because of the absurdity of what he's saying. Israel takes it only to give it back. Israel invades it only to surrender it again. Wait, and he's complaining about circular logic. Honestly, Hezbollah is the thing that prompted the recent, and this is the way it always works with Israel. You attack Israel, and so Israel then has to occupy the lands that you're using to attack them from which the attacks come. I mean, if Hezbollah hadn't been a deadly threat to Israel with their missiles, if they hadn't been lobbing their missiles into Israel, none of this would have happened. Hezbollah could stop it tomorrow by saying, okay, we surrender, here's all our missiles, we're never going to attack you again. That's not what's happening. No, what they're defending here is Hezbollah's right to destroy Israel. So it's not circular logic for Mr. Uyghur at all. For Mr. Uyghur, the destruction of Israel is a noble goal. And anything that Hezbollah does in terms of throwing missiles has a divine right to keep going. So if you go into Lebanon to prevent the missile attacks on your country, you know, it's just an arbitrary choice on their part because of their mean, imperialist, aggressive ambitions for territory. Then they think of the mental, dissonance, the cognitive dissonance that must be going on in their head. So why didn't they stay there if it was territorial ambition simply to take over the place? They kept entering it. Only what? To give it back? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. That could possibly be their motive. Could their motive, Mr. Uyghur, be the missile attacks from Lebanon into Israel? Could it be that the Lebanese government has been working with an evil appendage of this evil totalitarian regime in Iran? No, these people are absolute enemies of Israel. They want Jews to be killed. They are the ones with the genocidal intentions by implication, and there's no circle to the logic here. They hate Israel. They want Israel gone. Hezbollah, in throwing its missiles, well, they weren't the aggressors. The Hezbollah are the good guys. Hezbollah should be able to attack Israel with missiles at will. That's the alternative, the only alternative.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if they are relying on the fact that their viewers don't know anything about the region, or if it is simply, they are hoping for them to suspend their disbelief, or everybody is just evading on purpose. But they said like Israel attacked Lebanon in the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. For what? For fun? To just annex south of Lebanon? No, there was a PLO in Lebanon. PLO was staging attacks from Lebanon for a few decades until they were expelled to Tunisia after Israel decided to invade Beirut, to go all the way to Beirut to actually finally completely kick them out. And they kicked them out. Like PLO was gone from Lebanon, just so Israel can then invite them to actually Ramallah. So yeah, that was a great advancement.
That is exactly what happened. But no, the terrorists who attack Israel are the good guys. You don't need to read some subtext. You don't need some interpreter for Cenk Uygur here. You don't need some interpreter. He hates Israel. The terrorists are the good guys. The terrorists have always been the good guys, whether it was the PLO or Hezbollah or Hamas or Iran. They're the good guys. They're the good guys. Okay, unmistakably, unequivocally, every time, and Israel has no right to defend itself ever, no matter how many attacks come from the Golan Heights, from Lebanon, from the West Bank, from Gaza. Israel has no right to ever defend itself. Israel has one right: lay down and die, as far as Cenk Uygur is concerned. Because after all, these murderous terrorists are the good guys. Unmistakably, unequivocally, and 100% of the time, Israel has no right to defend itself. I mean, there's no subtle subtext here.
We have a super chat from BC. Thank you so much. He says, James, did you see how the Australian Prime Minister got a less than warm reception at a mosque? I'm not sure if it did, but I think we can take a look, actually. I found one video. Is this the one? Well, let's see.
Boot on your back! Boot on your knees! What are you doing? Genocide supporters! This is bad! Genocide supporters!
الله أكبر 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 ولله الحمد. Dear brothers and sisters,
okay, it's hard to see because I don't see. Let me just quickly read. Oh, okay. So he was sitting there. Okay, now I see further in the video he is sitting there, and people are booing him out. Yeah, I mean, because he didn't allow all Jews to get killed. He allowed the Bondi Beach attack to happen, and then he said that we have to fight extremism on the far right, and maybe Islam as well, but or the sort of that part.
Yeah, can't have that. Right. Unbelievable. No, look at the religious fanatics we're talking about. These people are motivated by bigoted race hatred. These people are motivated by the most profound, irrational mysticism out there. That the only way to explain their, the intensity or the suicidal zeal. These people are enemies of life on earth. I mean, this is the only way you can describe it.
So I have one more shorter video, and we are also joined by Jonathan, so we'll go to Jonathan, but we'll also have him watch this.
We as Australian Muslims, get him out of here. Ramadan. Fucking sell out. Shame on you.
So again, this is the guy who recognized the Palestinian state. This is the guy who has been on a crusade against Israel together with other both European states or even past American leaders. And yeah, he is, as we've often seen, he's too pro-Israeli because he believes on some fundamental level that they shouldn't be all genocided, straight away.
He's way too soft on the Jews. Come on. He doesn't think they should all be thoroughly wiped out immediately. Can't have that.
And we are joined by Jonathan. Jonathan, any thoughts?
Well, it's great to be with you. And I'm just checking in, busy morning in markets these days. And with your permission, and I wanted to bring up a story about the Jones Act, which Jim, I'm sure, is probably familiar with, and maybe Daniel, you are as well. This is a piece of legislation, or I guess regulation, that Woodrow Wilson signed into law literally 100 years ago. And this is the one that restricts U.S. shipping to U.S. flagged, manned, built craft. And long story short, Trump has had a waiver, a temporary waiver for the Jones Act in an attempt to help get oil prices down. And it just reminded me, of Miss Rand's comment about regulation. I think Jim Wilkinson's steel, right? And she explained why, or maybe she explained why regulation was bad in pharmaceuticals. And then the guy said, well, wait a minute, well, what about steel? And couldn't understand the principles. It's like, if getting rid of the Jones Act brings prices down short term, why not just get rid of the Jones Act writ large and keep those prices down?
Yeah. I mean, one of the upshots of the great progressive movement was tariffs and trade restrictions. And can you think of a bottleneck in trade more vicious, truly? I mean, it's designed, obviously, to protect American shippers and American shipyard workers. But the fact of the matter is, if you have a law that says that only American-made ships manned by Americans with American flags can bring stuff into American ports, it is anti-consumer. You are defending the narrowest little interest group at the expense of literally everybody else in the country. If it deserves a waiver here, why not get rid of the whole damn law altogether? Because it obviously hurts all consumers. What we're doing here is we're trying to benefit one small group, the shippers, American-owned people who transport goods and services by ship. Okay, this one little narrow segment of the economy is getting this huge subsidy, and all other American consumers have to pay through the nose for it. It not only violates a fundamental right of trade, but it costs American consumers. Can you think of, Jonathan, as someone who knows something about economics, can you imagine something more disproportionate in its effect? That is, in order to protect these American shippers, we're going to make every American consumer pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an example of how regulation, once instituted, Jim, sits and rots and costs for decade after decade after decade. I mean, libertarians and objectivists have made the case against the Jones Act for years. No one listens. No one gives a shit. It's only now when there's a crisis they say, oh, maybe we should get some regulation, because they don't think in principles. They don't understand why it is immoral, to your point, to regulate or to restrict shipping or trade at all. I mean, our ports, in my opinion, should be packed with ships from all over the world, big ships and small ships full of different types of stuff and electronic shit and artwork and all types of, the ports should be free and open to trade. But this
Chinese
100,
ships,
yeah,
even, I mean, okay, China,
exactly.
if you have a rival, and if it is wartime, say Iranian ships right now, I could understand limiting Iranian ships from entering. But what about Japanese ships, British ships, Argentinian ships, Greek ships?
Well,
There are all
the
kinds
whole
of,
like it has to be manned by Americans as well. Like it's so ugly and xenophobic.
totally xenophobic. There are great shipping magnates, great shipping companies, great countries with whom we engage in trade that engage in shipping, but they can't enter U.S. ports. It's against the law.
what about the sea captain from the Simpsons? I don't think America is necessarily his home country. I mean, we're no, and I'll honestly, truly, I mean, you don't see that level of innovation, better quality, lower prices that you do in other areas that aren't so heavily regulated. So you saw the same thing during COVID. Trump, to his credit, came in and got rid of a lot of regulations, and you saw these amazing vaccines get developed in like 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So you could have that level of wealth creation. You just need government to get out of the way. The Jones Act shouldn't be just suspended. It should be eliminated for good.
Repealed and abolished, and it, as Ayn Rand suggested in Atlas Shrugged, there ought to be a constitutional amendment against laws against production and trade. I mean, there ought to be, unless it's unless it's like a wartime consideration. We ought to have a right to trade with whomever and what we're talking about here is nations with whom we engage in peaceful trade too. Their ships will take out our goods just as they will deliver goods. They on these big freight shippers, they don't like to make sometimes they will make a one-way empty trip, but it often goes both ways. So we're not even talking about the difference between importers and exporters. We're just talking about American ships in American ports, and that's the way it's got to be. Can you imagine anything more insane? But you make a great point. I mean, or how about people talk about affordable housing? Do you know how much regulation and red tape there is? Now, a lot of this is on the state and local level. I know, from zoning laws to building codes to all kinds of things. But if they really wanted to end an affordability, and I put that term in quotes, an affordability crisis in housing, the first thing you'd do is say, what kind of regulations are slowing this down, making it more expensive, impeding home construction? But no, that's not the way they look at it.
Hey, James, you can build new houses, but not in my backyard. I'm not gonna get my house prices down. You're not gonna build houses in my, I want my property prices to stay up.
Well, you see, and you hear Trump saying, I want to keep the value of homes, the price of homes high. That is not the role of a politician. Okay? If we have a shortage of housing, if ordinary people have a hard time just finding a place to rent, and if those rents are through the roof in some places, then what you need to do is get rid of the regulation. Every regulation is a cost. Every regulation adds to the price. Every regulation makes the quantity and even the quality inferior and less. Every one of them. Every regulation is actually a barrier to entry and encourages coercive monopoly. Okay.
Well, what I don't understand is, and maybe for the benefit of our audience, because I'm sure I butchered it, tell the story, the famous story, if you can recall it, about Miss Rand and thinking of principles. In effect, Miss Rand kind of making the case. I think it was maybe tariffs or it was some economic issue. And then her questioner saying, okay, well, I understand it in one industry, but what about the, so, what is it about people that during an emergency, they can say, okay, we need to get rid of regulations, but they can't see the bigger principle that if it's good in an emergency, why isn't it good in everyday life?
Back during the Korean War, Harry Truman, without any statutory authorization, as commander-in-chief, tried to nationalize the American steel industry. Now, this is something that most Americans don't know. It's a history they're not taught. And so the argument back in the Truman administration was, what's wrong with nationalizing the steel industry? Literally, And the Supreme Court, good for them, shot back and said, no, your powers, Commander-in-Chief, does not include the power to simply socialize the entire steel industry in America. So the Supreme Court hit back on Harry Truman. But there was a debate, believe it or not, 75 years ago about whether, something like that, more than 70 years ago, about nationalizing the steel industry. And Ayn Rand was having an argument with someone, and she had finally penetrated with them on the point about the steel industry not being nationalized. But the person came back to her with, what about the coal industry?
Right. That's
and
it.
she simply said, well, can't you think in principle that the idea that government socializing or completely nationalizing an industry is a bad thing? Once we've established that, the same basic parameters will apply to coal, automobiles, etc. And they couldn't think in principle. Leonard Peikoff tells the story, repeats that story in the late 1980s when he gave his speech, My 30 Years with Ayn Rand, where he was talking about her mental method of thinking in principle. And in his time, the idea was tariffs on Japanese automobiles, because we all knew we were going to be buried by Japanese automobiles because American cars sucked, because American regulations, labor regulations in America, for example. They talk about how factories in America have died. American economic regulations, like our labor laws, for example, and our environmental laws, by the way, if a foreign country can manufacture something cheaper or better, let them do it. But the point is, if we do have a problem with manufacturing here in this country, they've completely misdiagnosed it. It's the regulations that we put on it that make it impossible for certain manufacturers to do business at all. So Dr. Peikoff was talking about tariffs in his time. In the 1980s, the great fear was Japanese automobiles. Well, if Japanese people make better cars, cheaper cars, why shouldn't Americans have equal access? Why should we be protecting, the inefficient American car industry at the expense of the American consumer? And once again, think of it, you can protect with these tariffs and crap, you can protect a certain industry, but look, you're going to get, what you're doing is you're making all American consumers pay a higher price for that. So for this one little industry getting protected, and by the way, you're going to get worse cars and more expensive cars, or whatever the product is, we're going to make all American consumers pay. It's madness. It's absolute madness, because what you're doing is you're making everyone pay a premium to protect one narrow little special interest. The pull peddlers, as Ayn Rand called them. So if you've got a lobbyist in Washington who can get you a regulation or a tariff, your COVID example is a great one. I mean, what's killing people, what's preventing innovative drugs and medical treatments from coming to market are regulations. The Food and Drug Administration has to demonstrate that it's both safe and effective, so that if I'm dying, say, of some terminal illness, I can't take the risk, because after all, we haven't proved that it's safe and effective. Well, look, I've got stage 4 cancer. Can I take an experimental drug? No, you may not, because we haven't yet approved at the FDA, and we've gone through the tests that satisfy us. And so for years, beta blockers, the blood pressure medicine, was widely available in Europe, was saving hundreds of thousands of lives, while Americans with heart disease were dying because what? The FDA had not yet proven that the beta blockers were, quote, safe and effective. Now, this is madness. It actually kills people. You can call it, some people have called it the Federal Death Administration. So yeah, if the regulations were bad then in preventing COVID vaccines from being developed, why aren't they still bad? Of course they're still bad. They're still delaying and preventing and adding cost to every new drug and medical procedure out there. Every one of these regulations is, in the case of drugs and medical stuff, it's killing people, literally killing people. But every time it's a cost, and every time it means that America has to have higher priced, lower quality goods on behalf of some special interest because they have friends in Washington. But every other American consumer has to pay through the nose. The Jones Act is a classic example.
Okay, should we go back to... Wait, Jonathan, were you on yesterday? Jonathan? Okay, maybe we have momentarily lost Jonathan. So let's take a look back at Cenk and Anna. I'm wondering what they. Oh yeah. Okay. So we lost Jonathan. Well, let's see what Cenk and Anna will be talking about. Oh wait. So, play the wrong. But play the wrong clip there.
Sweeney and his cameraman were going to the Al Qasmeh bridge. They were going to report on the bridge and the destruction there when the footage you're about to see happened. So I want to warn you, it's disturbing. So viewer discretion advised. With that in mind, take a look.
The border, including the Al-Marj outpost opposite Merkaba, and carried out drone strikes on the Al-Raheb site near Aitar al-Shab. Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
العدو الإسرائيلي استهدفنا متعمدا عند جسر القاسمية ونحن نرتدي الزي الرسمي.
The second gentleman was the cameraman. Luckily, both of them survived. They received treatment at a hospital. But RT does note that despite the fact that both men were wearing clearly visible press vests, an Israeli aircraft fired a missile at the team as they crossed the bridge, which was located near a military base anyway.
So again, here I would say, like, they think, James, I don't know if you know this story. I believe this happened around World War II in like Australian, maybe Aboriginals or something like that, where they saw, they were watching sort of like planes dropping, like things dropping, let's say supplies or whatever, at the airports, right? So they were like, because of their tribalistic nature, because of, not civilized thing, they believed that the way to do it is to appease gods. So what they started doing is they built their own airstrip field, like basically from like wood and stuff. They had like a watchtower because they believe, it's just a sign of it. You just build an effigy and then the gods will deliver. But of course, no, it's it's the allied planes like dropping supplies where they need to. And this is like Anna is doing like similar thing. Well, they had a vest on. They put on their tribalistic garments. They put on, and so they should have been protected by God. But no, it was still struck. Yeah, because IDF was going to strike that bridge. They announced it, and just because some crazy guy decides to go make a video next to it and has some tribalistic garments on him, which again is the press wet. I think this is like the modern tribalistic garments. That doesn't like give you protection from God.
It's your lucky charm. It's like your rabbit's foot. It's like your, four-leaf clover or whatever.
It's not even that, because I would hope people who have like rabbit's foot or a four-leaf clover, like, and they might have some superstitions, but generally don't have like a mystical view of whole reality. But
how is a person launching a missile, and how is a pilot or a bomber from an airplane supposed to know that the guy's got journalist written on it? But it shouldn't matter anyway. You look, it's a bridge in a war zone. Bridges are going to get bombed in war zones, dude. But the idea that somehow someone modern warfare, launching a missile or dropping something from an airplane, they're going to be able to read your journalist jacket. It's absolutely reprehensible. And the idea, of course, the implication is these evil Israelis, these evil Jews, want to kill journalists. They just want to randomly kill people because they're murderous, you see. The murderous Jew is out there. That's literally the level at which they're thinking. And they're appealing to that kind of thinking. They're absolutely appealing to that. Now, there are a group of people out there who do have murderous, genocidal intentions that are pretty primitive and clearly savage, but they misidentified them altogether. It's our Islamist friends, of course. I use the word friend, in quotes again. It is Iran or it is these jihadist suicide bombers. They obviously have a crazed, murderous, bigoted intention, genocidal intention. So what they have to do is they have to do what Freud called, this is projection for someone else. So they have to project the actual attitudes of the Islamists onto Israelis. But the idea somehow that if someone launching a missile from miles away, or someone dropping something from an airplane, many thousands of meters in the sky, can read journalist on your shirt, that's absolutely insane. But as I say, the basic, quote, international law, well, international law is BS anyway. But think about the specific rule here. I'm sorry, putting a journalist there does not make that area off limits from attack. I mean, what world do they live? What planet do they live in? They live in a world where they want to be able to blame Israel for anything. Anything Israel does to defend itself is evil. Israel just has to lay down and die. They have to accept atrocities like October 7th, and they just have to accept it again and again until they've been wiped out by the bigots, the mystical inspired, violent, suicidal, savage mystics who really do have genocidal intent and have said so out loud, have put it in writing, announce it loudly in their parades. And so what they do is they project that they're the ones defending totalitarian dictatorship. They're the ones defending a savage regime that slaughters tens of thousands of their own people. That's what they're doing. That's how evil Schenck and Anna are. They're like the defenders of Stalin, as I say back in the day. But in order to justify that, they have to do this huge projection onto Israel. Israel are the ones who have the genocidal intent. They're just sadistic and enjoying killing journalists and innocent people. And then she has the nerve even earlier, as I say, to mention Gaza. Well, if Israel had genocidal intentions in Gaza, boy, they really dropped the ball in recent months, haven't they? Why aren't they finishing off the job of genocide in Gaza right now? Frankly, they ought to do more. But the point is that whatever facts contradict their view won't get in the way. That's the kind of twisted mental games and dishonesty they play in their own mind. I can't imagine what a mess, what a war zone it is inside the mind of Cenk Uygur or Anna Kasparian. I just can't imagine. Truly evil human beings. Hey, Rosie. No, I mean, that's the way
Jonathan,
we have to.
did you have no, still not, Razi. Jonathan, did you have any thoughts?
Well, I actually had thoughts on. I wanted to go back to regulation before we got to jank, so I wanted to get Jim on regulation if I still could have, but I don't know if we've moved on from that so far.
I can talk regulation, Mr. Honig.
Well, Jim, you spoke so eloquently when it came into the FDA, and it makes it very kind of real life when you realize that, in Bastiat, the famous economist, talks about, what's seen in economics and what's unseen. It's we see the regulation, and what we don't see are the miracle cures that don't get invented because of it. And part of my job, I function as kind of a financial reporter, and there was two stories in the news this week that seemingly made sense apropos of this regulatory issue. One is which the USPS, that is the United States Post Office, is literally set to run out of money in the next year, according to the postal inspector, despite the fact that they've raised stamp prices by 50% since 2019. At the same time, Amazon announced this week that they're launching 1 and 3 hour delivery. So now it costs $9 or costs $4, but you could have something delivered in 3 hours. And when I grew up, it was 6 to 8 weeks delivery.
Right.
You waited 2 months to have that like toy plane or something delivered. So now the fact that Amazon has mastered it for just a couple of bucks is, truly American ingenuity at work.
Back in the 19th century, there were companies like Wells Fargo that attempted to deliver letters, regular, first-class mail in envelopes. They were shut down by the government. Any time that private people tried to be letter carriers, for profit, they were shut down by the government because the United States Post Office obviously can't stand the competition. We're just lucky that packages, that boxes are allowed to be shipped by FedEx or UPS or we're just lucky. because the government apparently will shut down any competition to the U.S. Post Office that they think encroaches. And why do you need to shut down the competition? Because obviously they'll do a better job and put you out of business. They could do it cheaper, more efficiently. That who knows the you know how that the existence of the U.S. Post Office impeded progress in the letter carrying business. But today, of course, we bypassed a lot of that. I mean, think of how antiquated. I mean, capitalism, again, has developed around it. Today we have email, you can have a Zoom chat. So regular letter carrying has become sort of antiquated because capitalism has developed technologies that have made it largely the old-fashioned letter writing. I mean, there's still certain cool things about writing letters and stuff. My wife, when the last months that her father was alive and he was dying, she would write him handwritten letters every day. And, it's kind of a sweet thing and kind of a sentimental thing. But apart from the sweet sentimental aspect of letter carrying, modern capitalist technology has sort of made that antiquated. So tell me, why do we have a United States Post Office? Why do they enforce a monopoly on letter carrying? It makes absolute zero sense. It's not as though there's some kind of, oftentimes they'll make some argument that, well, this should be handled by a monopoly because we don't want multiple, power lines going through or something. We need a utility monopoly. Tell me why it is that we have letter carrying as a monopoly. There is no even semi-plausible economic excuse for it.
And Jim, Amazon, which is basically a marketplace. I mean, Amazon is just a trading house, people constantly buying and selling goods, services, intellectual property. And I always like the fact when you look at Amazon's logo, it's a smile, right? That U-shaped arrow is a smile. And, that's trade, right? I mean, trade is win-win. This is a company that succeeds by putting people together and satisfying their needs. And I always just think it's kind of a beautiful thing that, the company that revolutionized trade, that's their logo, is truly a smile.
Yeah, and the little arrow is like a dimple on the side of the smile, right? That's how I always see it, as a smile with a little dimple on one side. Yeah, it really is the symbol of the benevolence of free trade. It's a win-win. When trade is voluntary, both sides perceive an advantage to the trade. It's a win-win. And that smile with the dimple is actually the perfect symbol of it. It's like Stossel's, thank you, right? You go to a store, you give them the money, they give you the product, and you say thank you, and they say thank you. And it makes perfect sense because both sides are gaining. Both sides see
oh, wait a minute, but I've been told that there is a trade imbalance if I go to the store and give them money for a product. I've gotten nothing. They've gotten all the money. I've gotten nothing. I've lost. So
I run a major trade imbalance with certain businesses, Jonathan, and I'm glad of it. That's why this whole focus on trade deficits is absurd. Americans are getting more stuff from abroad, and they're getting a bunch of dollars, by the way. But Americans are getting more stuff from foreigners than foreigners are getting from us. So where's the problem? Could someone please really identify the actual problem here? I don't get it.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. All right. Thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat. I have a couple of news updates. So yeah, as Alex said in the chat, Jerusalem and other parts of Israel are under constant barrage of missiles from Iran these past, I think, couple of days already. So it is pretty bad. It is causing a lot of damage. It has not caused any loss of life yet over these the past, like today and yesterday. But yeah, it's
well, the only way to get past the defenses is to use these evil cluster bombs, and God knows where they'll fall and what they'll damage.
Well, it's not the only way, because there was a 100-kilogram warhead that did fall in Jerusalem.
Oh God!
And there was also, I think it was a bit of a one of those bits of cluster bomb that fell close to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. One can always hope that that place will be blown into smithereens by a Muslim.
Well, then now they're going to say that you're part of Chabad and you want the temple to be rebuilt, Razi. And see, it was all part of your plan to destroy.
I want that whole thing privatized. And like I said, if they want to build a temple or a hotel, casino, strip club, whatever, whoever owns it can build whatever they want there.
You'll offend every religion if you build a strip club.
That works for me.
That's great. No, but I mean, you think of what, oftentimes when, I would visit places, my wife and I would say, well, it'd be amazing if you could sell it to some resort company like Disney or something, and they could turn it into a theme park. Yeah, a lot of these places ought to be commercially exploited, frankly. But again, that would no doubt.
I'd rather sell it to MGM. Kids have enough resorts. We need some stuff.
You want something more like Vegas.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you're not going to build it in Jerusalem, I'll take it. If you want to build it in Gaza, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Can I just jump in and say, if the Iranians are still launching offensive weapons against Israel, with respect to the president, who has seemed to have been on TV in recent days kind of bragging about, we got nothing left to hit, we've gotten everything yet. It's like, go ahead and read John David Lewis's book, Nothing Less Than Victory. Until they are scared as hell to fire off a weapon, the war isn't over yet. You have to make them scared as hell even to go anywhere near a weapon, anywhere to wear the Royal Guard, Royal Iranian Guard, whatever it is, uniform. You have to really scare them into associating with that ideology at all. And the fact that we're still getting it, I know the attacks are much down from recent days. I know the first days, 100 plus rockets. I know the numbers have come down, but I'm thinking of the Israelis who are under those attacks. And I'm also thinking of, I hope, the American generals who see that, at least offensively, in my opinion, the work is not yet done.
Mr. Trump, unconditional surrender is what you said. If they're still launching, I don't care what kind of munitions they are, even if it's a single drone, they have clearly not unconditionally surrendered. Unconditional surrender means the attacks stop altogether. No, in fact, unconditional surrender is kind of, when you think about it, victory, someone asked me on social media the other day what victory consists of. It really is a psychological state. It's the psychological state where your enemy says, I give up and I will accept whatever terms you impose, until they reach the point where they say, we surrender. And they haven't. They're still saying there'll be hell to pay. Now they have to lie to do it, I think. But so long as they say, oh, we will unleash even worse, we're not even close to unconditional surrender, Mr. Trump. People are still being attacked.
I think it speaks to the importance of ideas, and with respect to the president, maybe his ambivalence about that. Simply destroying the munitions necessarily doesn't change the ideas. And to your point, Jim, as I said, it changed my mind when I read John David Lewis's book, and we've also recommended Alain Journo's book, Winning the Unwinnable War. People think of Islamist the Islamist threat as being unwinnable. It's not. But it needs to be, as you said, unconditional surrender demanded, not just a pretty ceasefire that keeps the mullahs in place for the next 25 years.
Well, exactly. All you're doing is kicking the can down the road for more forever wars. No, and it is only people in the objectivism community. But there are multiple people in the objectivist community who actually have the correct answer here, who've given detailed and correct responses. And I am proud to say that I'm associated with one of them, the Ayn Rand Center UK here. You're getting one of the few voices here, ladies and gentlemen. So please, if you find this valuable, send in those super chats, because, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a perspective here that understands what victory is, that doesn't advocate endless war, because it advocates actual victory. And for that, we have to psychologically cow and smash the enemy. And so long as cluster bombs or drones, or I don't care what it is, are coming in from the other side, we are nothing like at the stage of unconditional surrender, Mr. Trump. That's what you said. That's what you promised. I mean, they just executed those 3 young men, including that young wrestler. This regime is nowhere near gone. This regime is, consider what that means. They're still having to execute their own people. That suggests that there's a bunch of their own people that would love to replace their government with something better. But so it suggests to me their backs are being pushed against the wall, but they're nothing like eliminated. And they certainly haven't surrendered.
I thought, Jim, when you said, you're associated with the Ayn Rand Center UK, you're also associated with Dr. Leonard Peikoff, who is Ayn Rand's intellectual heir. And we have talked about it. Maybe we can put the link in the chat. Dr. Peikoff warned Bill O'Reilly 25 years ago about the intellectual and threat and military threat from Iran. And I wonder, how much easier would this process of regime change be easier if people hadn't been so shocked by Dr. Peikoff's, suggestions 25 years ago? Iran is 25 years now more built up and more armed, and so Dr. Peikoff was right 25 years ago, and he's right today.
This was before they had enriched uranium to the 60% level, as the IAEA says they had in 2021. This was before they had the most wide-ranging ballistic missile program in the Middle East. This was before October 7th. This was before the Iranian government slaughtered at least 30,000 of their own people. Think of the thousands of lives that would have been saved had we listened to Dr. Peikoff more than 20 years ago. 25 years ago, Dr. Leonard Peikoff warned us. I mean, but think about what Hezbollah and Hamas.
And by the way, that also would have been too late. That should have been done in 47 years ago, because, again, they weren't just preaching these ideas. They were practicing them from day one, and practicing them with an act of war against the United States of America, an act of war that America responded to with negotiation. So,
when Rand said that if you didn't go in 2 days, you're already lost, she was talking about a group of student hostage takers at the embassy, not an entire Islamic regime. And so look how over those 40 some odd years that threat has grown, has metastasized.
Deterrence works by
what Rand said. Just
okay, yes.
Quickly, and then I'll go to you, James. The question she was asked was, what should the U.S., and this was in 1980, I don't know exactly when, although I should find that out. What should be the U.S. policy in the Iranian crisis? How should we get the hostages back? This was her answer. Never to allow the country to get into that situation. It's certainly the fault of our foreign policy, and at present, there's no right course of action. It's too late. If we didn't march with force the first or second day after the hostages were taken, nothing we do after that will be any good, and it will take us years to live it down. 47 years later, we're finally doing something about it. And yeah, that means it's going to be costly. It's going to take more than 3 weeks. It's going to cost certainly a lot of property that's being damaged, but also lives. And it's going to cost a lot of money, because the wars cost money.
Deterrence works when you overwhelm your enemy the minute he attacks you. Deterrence works in reverse if you don't. If you allow an act of war, like the minute in 1979 when the Islamic Revolution happened, they seized our embassy, they held our diplomats hostage. They began their whole existence, the Islamic Republic of Iran, by holding diplomats hostage. Hostage taking works. What have the Islamists in the region been doing since? Taking hostages, because they know it works, because they know the West capitulates. The minute you capitulate on something like that, you've set the logic of deterrence in absolute reverse. So the minute George W. Bush, after 9/11, After Americans were slaughtered on September 11th, 2001, days later, he appears at a mosque and he says, we're not at war with Islam. Islam has nothing to do with it. It's a religion of peace. Don't worry. We won't hit your mosques, your churches, your churches, your mosques, your hospitals, your schools. What did we do? We simply defined their strategy. So they put their military stuff under their hospitals. They put their military stuff under their schools. What do you think is going to happen? It's reverse deterrence. It's encouraging the aggressor. Ayn Rand was exactly right. You act immediately, you act overwhelmingly, you act decisively, and that is the only way to prevent this from happening. To get the lesson across to them that you will suffer way more than we will, 10 times, 100 times worse than the suffering you will deliver to us, we will deliver to you. If you do not, then you have set the whole logic of deterrence and reverse deterrence, if you will, encouraging it. Bring it on, bring on your Islamic terrorism. When you look at the graph of Islamic terrorism, right? 1979 represented a watershed, suddenly like a hockey stick graph. And I don't care whether it's Sunni or Shia or whoever the hell the Islamic flavor of the month was, it didn't matter. What you did at that point was release Islamic terrorism. And from that moment forward, especially after the bombing in Beirut that killed American Marines, and we didn't do anything.
Well, not anything. The U.S. cut and run, which is worse than doing nothing.
Exactly. Reverse deterrence. And so from that time, from the early days of the Islamic Republic, what happened? We then saw an explosion of Islamic violence. Is any surprise? No, it's simply the playing out of the principle that Ayn Rand articulated right then and there.
Yeah. Alex said in the chat earlier about my suggestion for what I'd like to see happen with the Temple Mount and the Western Wall and all that crap. She said, you guys are going to destroy 1,000 years of archaeology for a strip club casino. You're worse than Trump. First of all, the fact that something is old is not a value as far as I'm concerned. Now, the fact that it is a place where irrational people express their irrationality, also not a value for me. But I would not destroy it. I just don't want government stepping in as they do now to tell us that this is beyond what the free market, the scope of the free market is, because that's what we already have today, and it's not right morally, and it also does not work. So yeah, I'm sure that if it was privatized, I'm not sure who the highest bidder would be, but I think there's a very good chance that somebody will buy it and keep it as it is, or build whatever God tells them to build. But yeah, I'm just not going to visit unless it is a casino, strip club.
Well,
and a good one.
I might, you see, because one of the problems with having it as a religious site I'm a historian, and I am very interested in the history of the origins of religion, and obviously Jerusalem, that very spot, is important archaeologically. And archaeologists have been somewhat limited, not completely, but somewhat limited in their ability to do archaeological research there. And so a good deal of the archaeological research has happened in other places, much more. But on the other hand, there's no inconsistency between commercial development and archaeological research. Both can happen simultaneously. We've proven that in the contemporary world. You could have a luxury hotel on top of an archaeological site. So, Alex, I just want to indicate to you, I share your value in terms of getting archaeological data from that location. On the other hand, there's nothing inconsistent with doing archaeology and commercial development.
Or even consider something, if I may, like I happen to be an architecture buff, and here in the Midwest, there's a famous house by the name of the Farnsworth House, the Edith Farnsworth House. If you've ever seen it, you'd recognize it. It's very modern, very Mies van der Rohe-esque. And, it's privately owned, it's privately run, it's privately protected, and it's privately enjoyed. They raise money for it, they sell tickets for it, and it's wonderful to go visit. So, if a site is worth preserving, then you would want to have it, I would think, privately owned. They're going to do a much more responsible and long-term vision of protecting it and keeping it what it is.
Yeah, any private owner
Well,
would
again,
be foolish
if
not
it's
to.
done so by people who actually want to do that and want to pay the money to do that, great.
Oh,
If it's
Razi,
government forcing it, which government does, by the
that's
way, a lot, you know,
well,
it's
that's
not going to be just that site right there, right? It's gonna be beyond
Razi.
that. It's gonna be any building like we have in London, any building that some politician decided looks nice or is old enough. That's pretty much a criteria. If it's old enough, it's going to be listed, and not only is it then protected by government forever, and again, as humans, you know, develop things and progress, these things become not usable for any human function, and yet the government.
Look, we can't even get flatter taxes in the United States. We don't have to worry about them privatizing Mount Rushmore anytime soon.
No, but if I was the owner of Mount Rushmore, or if I was the owner of the Acropolis in Athens, or if I was the owner of the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, I would not ignore the huge commercial value that the historical site represents. And so, yeah, I'd develop it to maximum commercial efficiency, but I would also recognize that there is a huge commercial value in the historical nature of the site. I mean, anyone would be foolish if they didn't recognize, you know, the commercial value of certain historical sites. I mean, but that has to be decided, as you say, Razi, on the free market. You can't arrest economic development on behalf of simply preserving this past for its own sake. And I would say the same about preserving nature for its own sake. You know, if someone owned Yosemite Valley, for example, obviously the highest, the bid winner would obviously be those who want to enjoy the natural beauty there. But that would also not prevent rational development so that more people could enjoy it, and enjoy it without destroying what makes it such a value. That's the free market is exactly the answer to this, because government is going to go on, you know, they're going to prevent any kind of development, and in fact, they're not going to take care of it properly. It's going to become a public urinal, in effect, if you know, if government is allowed just to keep it. It'll fester, go undeveloped, and fewer people will be allowed to enjoy it, see it, and it has the risk of becoming the commons, which is treated like rubbish.
Yeah, and by the way, what sparked this conversation was the fact that Iran almost destroyed the Al-Aqsa Mosque today. But even if they do destroy it, it's not going to be rebuilt as a hotel casino nowadays. Which is, by the way, again, the fact that what they'll probably do is try to rebuild it exactly the same and make it look like whenever it was built is a sad statement on the times we live in, not a positive one.
I say what we do if it does get destroyed. I say what we do is we rebuild the ancient Roman pagan temple to Jupiter Capitolinus there, the Ilia Capitolina. I think that what we need there is a temple to Jupiter.
I vote for Frank Lloyd Wright's unbuilt skyscraper called the Illinois, which was supposed to be a mile tall, that he envisioned, I think, back somewhere in the early part of the 20th century. So let's think big. Let's think big.
There you go.
Yeah, that sounds doable. Why was it not built?
I think it was absolutely technologically impossible for the time, or even for this time.
Right. And it would have to make economic sense, too. I mean, to build a mile-high skyscraper. Yeah, some of the unbuilt projects of Frank Lloyd Wright are among his most beautiful drawings and sketches, absolutely. I mean, including the house he designed for Ayn Rand. But you know, the amazing Neutra house that Ayn Rand lived in when she lived in Hollywood was torn down. I mean, no one thought that, you know, if the famous architect Richard Neutra should build a house for Marlene Dietrich that got sold to Ayn Rand, where Ayn Rand started writing Atlas Shrugged from, should be preserved a historical landmark. I don't know what their values are about historical landmarks anyway. I mean, the Richard Neutra house that Ayn Rand started writing Atlas Shrugged in was not preserved. I mean, it was built for the movie legend Marlene Dietrich and sold to the O'Connors, and it was just torn down. Not to depress everyone, but
I mean,
Well-
it's too bad, but I've seen a lot of that, and I'm saddened by it, and I'm sorry that it wasn't preserved. I'm glad we have the photographs, the many photographs of it.
we
It
do.
seems like, but am I right, Jim? That the area is almost completely unrecognizable now. It has been
Oh, yeah.
completely this was farmland when Miss Rand was there. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry that the photo that the property wasn't preserved, but on some level, things needed to move forward, despite the fact it was a
Oh,
very cool house.
a very cool house and a historical but for it to be an economic value, people have to recognize that it's a historical or artistic or architectural value, and that appreciation, if that appreciation doesn't exist out there, then we move along. Yeah, that entire part of Los Angeles, I grew up in Los Angeles. It's changed so radically even since I was a kid in the 1960s, a little kid in the 1960s. It's completely unrecognizable from the sort of sprawling ranch land that it was, where Hollywood people had their, sort of country homes in those days.
And must say, as I get older, I can appreciate what Frank, Mr. O'Connor, must have appreciated with all of that property and places to grow and plant and tend and kind of maneuver the land to kind of work the land, which I know is something that he enjoyed.
Yeah, he grew alfalfa and flowers, and they had peacocks. So he ran a commercial ranch there successfully until they decided to move to New York. But it was also the place where she wrote her screenplays for Hollywood movies. It was the place where she wrote half of Atlas Shrugged, the place where she entertained intellectuals and Hollywood types. I mean, for me, it's obviously, that's the thing you remind me of, Jonathan. The highest valued use is not necessarily what I would think of as the highest valued use. I would just want to hang out there, because I guess there's a part of my own nostalgia where I wish I could have just be a fly on the wall during one of Ayn Rand's, parties back in the late 1940s. But so be it.
Well, just as a modern day example, there's a house that you probably recognize if you Googled, called the Stahl House, STHL. And you've seen this before. This was the epitome of mid-century modern architecture. It's a beautiful modern house kind of overlooking the Los Angeles Valley. And Schulman took the photos that made it famous, the same photographer who took the photos of Miss Rand's house. This was held as a private house, but open to the public, and now it's coming for sale. So it will no longer be open to, it's going to be somebody's private residence. I think the starting bid is 25 million. Razi, I could put you down for that, right?
Can I pay with United Miles? Okay, wait. I don't want to bring everybody down by bringing up Anna. So let's stay on this.
No,
for
I'm
a minute.
concerned about the attacks from Iran on Israel today.
I mean, look, they're causing damage. There was one, by the way, that something that fell in somewhere in kind of the center or just south of the center that didn't explode. There's also something fell on a football pitch where there was a kid's football practice there. So there's a lot of near calls, and luckily,
so long as that happens, what Jonathan said earlier is correct. Mr. Trump, you said unconditional surrender. You said you would eliminate the threat permanently. We are obviously nothing like there yet, so long as, I don't care if it's a pea shooter still coming from Iran and aimed at Israel. So long as that is happening, we are nothing near to your stated goals, Mr. Trump. I mean, I just have this uneasy feeling that Mr. Trump is getting wobbly because of oil prices, because of, petroleum and natural gas not getting out of the Persian Gulf. That will somehow change his,
And it
Cause
makes it, if I'm correct, Jim, I think it makes it worse, because then the mythology among Islamists is we took on the great Satan, Israel and America, and won. We lived to tell the tale. We're still here. Okay, maybe not Khomeini or the guy that replaced Khomeini, but some of these religious mystics are still in power. And so it emboldens them for, I mean, Miss Rand talked about if we weren't in for 2 days, I mean, for the next 40 years or longer.
Deterrence. The opposite of deterrence, encouragement. Green light, go. That's exactly the risk you run. I mean, better not to do anything than to look like you turn tail and run, because then all you're doing is encouraging it, giving it a giant thumbs up and encouragement. That is exactly the fear, Jonathan. That's it. You can't go wobbly. You really can't. Once you've started it, you're committed, Mr. Trump. And you said, Mr. Trump, to permanently end the threat. You said, Mr. Trump, unconditional surrender. You said create the conditions for the Iranian people to rise up. Until all those things really do happen, Mr. Trump, you lied and did not keep your promise. You owe it to us, Mr. Trump. And if you don't, it is exactly what Jonathan said. It'll be the opposite of deterrence. It'll only encourage the bad guys. Yes.
Did he say something else today that sounded like he's about to cut and run?
No, I was just yesterday. He was talking about energy prices and so forth, and how it looks like we're, every time he seems to be semi-declaring victory, I worry that he will at some point declare victory and take the off ramp. But as far as he's concerned, he's already won. No, you haven't. No, you have not. You have not met the stated objectives that you laid out. Now, a better president would have gone and made his public speech to the American people. He would have taken to the airwaves on television and the internet and made a big public statement so that all Americans could know what he was doing and why. Not the tactical details. I don't want to know the tactical details. I want it to be a surprise if necessary. But after the attack started, what you do is you go to the American people and lay out exactly what you're doing and why. And otherwise, you're risking not getting the support of the Americans. When Ronald Reagan invaded the little island of Grenada, he gave us one of those. Mr. Trump is destroying a nation twice the size of the military of a nation twice the size of Texas, with the largest ballistic missile program in the region. And he can't explain it in a speech to the American people?
ZT Bella in the chat says, I really like James. Me too. And glad to have him here. I know we don't have him here for much longer today, but we will have him back here tomorrow. And also, I know he's sticking around because he does want to see at least one more clip of Anna. So we'll give him.
My favorite person.
But did you guys cover, before I joined, did you cover the story about the French, about the Charles de Gaulle, the French aircraft carrier?
No.
So, while France is telling us proudly that they are not taking a side in this war and therefore taking a side, well, they did take a side. They also sent the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to the region, and one soldier was using some sort of health app to show that his exercise running around in the aircraft carrier, and revealed its location. So this is if I can only imagine if D-Day happened with today's technology, Canada already gave away all sorts of information. But yeah, now it's France. Thank you, France, for the reminder that we didn't need, certainly not on this channel, that it is better to go to war without France than to go to war with France.
We don't need the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier. Merci beaucoup. We don't need it. Okay? If you're going to act like that, please. We know what side you're really on, Monsieur Macron. So why don't you just keep it at home safely in some port at Marseille or something? Keep French nose out of this.
I will say the soldier did 35 minutes running back and forth. So, you know, cardio-wise, France can definitely compete. But I don't think there's enough cardio that can make you outrun a ballistic missile. So I'm not sure. Again, we need France. Anyway, thank you, Ex Nilo, for the generous super chat. Okay, guys, before we go to a bit more of Anna, I did want to say, because I heard some of the clip before I joined, and her point repeated, and not surprising, but worth addressing, is he was wearing a press vest. So the fact that he was told this is coming was on location with Hezbollah, with the people who started this war or that front in this war. All that is completely irrelevant. But again, Anna said a couple of days ago that she wants the Lebanese army to join Hezbollah in their attempts to exterminate the Jews. So this guy knew it was coming, stood there. He knew also where it was coming. So he stood in a place which he knew he would be safe in. He knew exactly what was happening, but he wore a press vest. So Israel should accept the murder of its citizens because there's a person with a press vest who has decided to be the human shield of a bridge that Hezbollah uses to transport terrorists and ammunition.
Right. All the bad guys would have to do is plant a journalist at every key location, and what, they would be off limits to a military operation?
They already do that. That's what we keep hearing in Gaza. Israel is targeting journalists and children, by the way. So Israel has special bombs, or the Palestinians keep children in places where there are no adults, but there are press vests. The whole story, but again,
I'm not going to be anywhere near any bridge in Lebanon right now. I know what's going on in Lebanon right now.
Yeah.
And I know that the Lebanese government brought it on themselves by getting into bed with Hezbollah, who's been attacking Israel. So look, you can't, and there's no way a missile launcher can know that there's journalist written on his vest. They're making up such shit that how can they even believe it in their own heads? The comment I was making earlier.
I took a look at this guy, Steve Sweeney, the Russia Today journalist who orchestrated that whole thing. And his Twitter, whenever he mentions Israel, he types it instead of the S. He puts the dollar sign there. He was when Hezbollah fires at Israel, he refers to it as occupied Palestine. So this is a full-on, genocidal maniac who, again, unfortunately, was basically unharmed in that situation. But I hope he keeps putting himself in harm's way, and perhaps he will get his wish.
Right. If he really has that kind of contempt for his own life, much less civilization wider, more widely speaking. No, and these people, as I say, before I leave, I just want to repeat my basic point. These people like Schenk and Anna, they are like the people, the intellectuals, and I put that in quotes, and journalists who defended Stalin in the middle of the 20th century. It's buried. The left wants to bury the history of leftist journalism and intellectuals of the middle of the 20th century. Orwell was not the dominant socialist voice in the middle of the 20th century, although they've rewritten that history. The main line from the left was that Stalin was a cool guy. So it doesn't matter. Hitler, Stalin, Mao, they've all had their intellectual defenders. And when you hear Schenk and when you hear Anna, what they're doing is they're going to bat for an evil regime that oppresses women, that has no rights, that slaughters tens of thousands of their own people in the streets. Every time an evil totalitarian government will find its, quote, intellectual defenders in the West. And that's what these people are. Every time you hear Schenk or Anna, you're hearing people defending the slaughter of their own people by an evil, savage, totalitarian government. It's like the, quote, intellectuals who defended Stalin and Hitler and Mao in their own ways and in their own time. It's just happening again. We've made that little progress, intellectually speaking, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I do have to go, so I'm sorry to miss out on any more Schenk or Anna, but Keep up the good work, Razi. Ayn Rand, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, Ayn Rand Center UK does an amazing thing. You're getting a perspective here. In fact, a variety of perspectives, but all of them with a rational voice and a point to make here. But you're getting a unique perspective that you don't get anywhere else. Please consider becoming a paid subscriber to the Ayn Rand Center UK, because you're getting a perspective here that the world desperately needs. And every time you hear creatures like Schenk and Anna speak, it should underscore that point for you. There are people who defend evil, outright, horrific, mass murderous evil out there in the world, and they think they're the morally righteous ones. So with that,
and becoming a member gets you access to additional perks, among them the sessions on Sundays with James Valiant on Leonard Peikoff's courses historically, right now on Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, and again, you get the past recordings as well. We also have the Atlas Shrugged Book Club, run by Antoine, with Shoshana Milgram, one of the greatest Rand scholars out there. So yeah, it is worth the investment. And WUB says it is important just to show support. He's talking in a different context, but even in this context, yeah, if you can't afford to support us financially, you can afford to click the like button. Only 52 people have liked this stream so far. So Cenk and Anna and Iran are winning, people.
Let's hope not. Be safe,
Thanks,
my
James. We'll see you back here tomorrow. All right, Jonathan. Daniel, if you can. Thanks. Jonathan, you ready for some more Anna? I missed most of what you did before. I don't know how much you talked about her, but yeah.
Anna can't get enough. Let's roll the tape.
And so the two, again, were injured, but luckily survived the strike. Sweeney made a follow-up video as well, showing that he was okay while also responding to what happened.
We've been treated in hospital for our injuries. I had a shrapnel wound in my arm, deeply embedded in the muscle here. That's been taken out, and here it is in this pot here. But what I do want to say is that this was a deliberate, targeted attack on journalists. There's no mistake about it. This was an Israeli precision strike from a fighter jet. What we were doing was we were reporting on the attacks on bridges, which is effectively severing South Lebanon from the rest of the country. 1 million people now internally displaced. This is the real story. It's not about us coming under attack as journalists. What we're seeing now and what we were reporting on is this.
Okay, for somebody who tries to tell us he's not the story, he sure does talk a lot like he is the story. Is saying he was targeted. Look, this nobody claims that Israel targeted. I'm going to repeat this every time we talk about this guy. He is claiming that the country that eliminated 40 senior officials in Iran, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel, in 40 seconds, including the supreme leader who had led the country for well over 30 years. They couldn't eliminate in broad daylight this journalist standing in an open area where Israel told him they're about to bomb. So, but again, whenever these people present things in a certain way, what they are telling us is what they really think of their audience. And the Young Turks are also telling us what they think of their audience. Daniel, if you can just show the screen again, because you don't need to play it. But yeah, RT course. This is what they were. This is how the Young Turks presented this. RT correspondent and cameraman targeted by IDF in Lebanon. So is there, I'm not going to go, maybe I will go and check their comments and see if anybody on their side says, hang on a second, wait a second. This guy literally walked away, completely unscathed from the IDF trying to kill him, and is still there and is able to talk and is out there in the open. It's still broadcasting. This is, does anybody in their audience say, how stupid do you think we are?
Well, the whole narrative is that Israel are bloodthirsty murderers who can't wait to pick off a journalist or a school child or anyone else. Meanwhile, we see over and over again, it's the enemy which puts installations in schools, in hospitals. I mean, that's where they put their bases. And, the whole context, as usual with Cenk, is lost in that Israel's fighting a war of self-defense. And if Iran gave up, if Iran waved the white flag, the war would be over immediately.
Yeah. Luckily, Iran isn't waving the white flag, because if the war is over immediately, as we said, this is such a strong message, not just to Iran, which can claim victory more plausibly than the U.S. and Israel can claim victory if they end it right now. But it is a message to China. Don't worry about anything you might be planning to do with Taiwan. Your concerns should go as far as your concerns specifically about the Taiwanese army, which is strong. But that's it, because if the U.S. with Israel can't do serious damage in Iran, or can only do serious damage and then back off as soon as it gets a little uncomfortable, then yeah, that is a message that the U.S. is the paper tiger it has shown itself to be since World War II. And it has shown itself to be that paper tiger by fighting, not fighting any war properly, fighting wars improperly that shouldn't have been fought at all. And at some point, the more necessary a war was, the less eager they were to fight it. And I think the greatest example is America's response to 9/11. America's response to 9/11 was to ask permission of other countries to join it in picking basically the easiest targets to build a coalition around, and not actually say, you know what, Islamic terrorism has been a problem for a while. We ignored it. We pretended that Islam is a religion of peace. Let's do a complete 180 and let's actually fight against it. And then, yes, by the way, for people who say, oh, Iran didn't attack America. Yeah, Islamic savages attacked America in the name of Islam, and that was a wake up call of 9/11. So yeah, Iran wasn't behind 9/11, but Iran should have been attacked by the U.S. in 1979, in 1982, in multiple occasions. And if it took 9/11 for that wake up call, that's what should have happened. But the U.S. did the exact opposite. There was talk, by the way, even before Iraq, about Iran being next. But that took 20 plus years, and now you're in it. It needs to be done right, and the job needs to be finished, even if it means another few months, even if it means boots on the ground. This needs to be the world, and especially the most evil actors in the world, seeing that America now has the testicular fortitude to actually do what needs to be done when it is called upon to do so. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, Razi, you speak with a confidence that Americans lack, and I think American politicians lack. James Valiant earlier in the stream talked about how the president should go on the air and make the case, the moral case of why this war is just, why this war is right, why this war is important, why this war is important even if gas prices go up or go up even dramatically. He has referred to it, I think, not as an excursion, but he has at points kind of minimized it or seemingly downplayed the importance of ideas. But, to James's point, I mean, as long as they're still threatening the Straits of Hormuz, as long as they're still lobbing rockets at Israel, the regime hasn't been defeated. It's been emboldened.
Yeah, and you know who else has been emboldened? Cenk and Anna. Let's hear some more.
plan for Israel to ethnically cleanse the south of Lebanon. This is, without doubt, an attack. This is on the scale, or bigger than the scale of the Nakba. This is the forced displacement of 1 million people, which remains a war crime.
So, Cenk, some people got upset at me because I think that the Lebanese government should actually do whatever is necessary to defend their country and defend their borders. And if that means temporarily forging alliances with Hezbollah, which seems to be far more powerful than the Lebanese military, then have at it, because I think it's more important to do away with the Israeli aggression against your people and the forced displacement of 1 million Lebanese individuals. I get that Lebanon is a diverse country with different ideologies, and there's a huge population of people in Lebanon who loathe Hezbollah. I get it. Hezbollah is the only thing that's protecting your borders right now from these loathsome terrorist scumbags.
Okay. Yeah. So this goes back to the point. Remember, Cenk, after the supreme leader of Iran was killed, also said, yeah, I've criticized him 1,000 times, which turned out to be just off by 1,000 times when somebody fact checked him, but he died on his feet and didn't bow to Israel. So for these people, it doesn't matter if you are a Islamic terrorist in Iran, if you're an Islamic terrorist in Lebanon, if you are a Russian Putin propagandist. It doesn't matter who you are. If you are trying to kill Jews or advocating for the killing of Jews, it doesn't matter, by the way, if you're a conspiracy theorist who blames a widow for the murder of her husband, when we all saw the murder live, unfortunately. It doesn't matter. There is nothing you and also not, somebody who is not a round earther. Let's take that part of the quote. It absolutely nothing matters as long as you hate Jews. Cenk and Anna are fans.
Yeah, I mean, can't argue with that. You know, that is their headline, and why, as I said, their kind of insistence on dropping context. They look at every Israeli military operation and say, can you imagine, Israel's protecting itself. Israel's fighting back. Israel's not, just simply being a victim. And, lost is the entire context of the war. It's been launched on it for years. It hasn't been Israel shouting death to Iran. It's been the opposite for decades now. And what's Israel and the US are engaging in, ideally, is a war of self-defense, and a war that I think even now has made the world a hell of a lot safer as a result.
Let's play some more.
Who intentionally target journalists.
No, Anna, the problem that you're making there is that Lebanon has no right to defend itself. The Palestinians have no right to defend themselves. Only Israel has a right to defend itself. Also, Iran has no right to. Also, all of Israel's neighbors have no rights to defend themselves or to exist. Only Israel has all of those rights. And it sounds like we're being facetious, but that's actually literally
happening. That's the truth.
It's literally happening, and it's literally what our politicians here in America pay for, and what our media runs cover for. And so give you a quick example to get back to the main point. Governor Josh Shapiro is doing a podcast circuit tour now, only friendlies though, okay? You don't want any hard questions. So, and he's saying the real issue is Israel's right to exist. What are you talking about? Israel exists, has Iron Dome, has nukes, has a giant military, and continues to take land. But from his framing, it's poor little Israel that is being attacked.
I have never seen
unbelievable liar.
It is the weaponized victimhood is just masterful. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Armenians were victims of genocide. We don't go around like weaponizing our victimhood in order to steal land.
Well,
like, it's amazing.
You weaponize your victimhood in different ways. For example, by being on a channel called The Young Turks, who committed that genocide. So yeah, it's you deal with your victimhood. But yeah, the sarcasm is the best Cenk can do as as intellectual arguments or attempted arguments go. Why would Israel have the right to defend itself? The Palestinians, by the way, when he refers to the Palestinians defending themselves, he's referring to October 7th. He's referring to mass murder of Jews, men, women, and children, the taking of hostages from the age of 6 months to the age of 85 years, putting them in tunnels, in conditions worse than concentration camps. That's what he's referring to as Palestinians defending themselves. Remember, since the Palestinians, as Galut Greg says in the chat, weaponized victimhood, is she describing Palestinianism? Yeah, since the Palestinian people were invented 60 years ago, that was what the invention was all about. It's not, okay, this is just another part of the Arab war to exterminate the Jews that started long before Israel was established. Jews were killed in some cases by the thousands or tens of thousands in Arab countries, where and then ended up escaping to Israel when Israel was founded and before. So the Palestinian nationhood, or the idea of it, was invented as a way of pretending that the aggressors are actually the victims, and this has gone to the point of these people actually becoming full-time mass murder justifiers. Jonathan.
No, I mean, you've seen it happen, and Cenk and Anna are, they're Westerners, but I don't know. I don't know if they're useful idiots or opportunists or just evaders on a massive scale.
Well, they're evil humans either way. Whatever their motive, they are evil. And look, there are people, and I absolutely think these two are among them. We'll see some more such people soon, who really do want to see, who look at the Holocaust as, probably the greatest moment in human history, but with some sorrow that it wasn't completed. And they're doing the best they can. And the best they can is this propaganda that is working fantastically. Because look at the attacks. The Intifada has been globalized. Jews are under attack wherever they are. Synagogues have to be protected by armed security everywhere. They're winning. Okay, they're winning the actual war. They're the country representing their ideal isn't winning this war. That's Iran, but they are winning the war at home, the war to destroy America. And remember, in any of these protests, in the West, where they chant "Free Palestine" and "Death to Israel," they're also anti-American. Not a single one of these people is pro-America, whether they're openly chanting "Death to America," which many protests in the U.S. do, or whether they're claiming they're America first, not Israel first, which means they are anti-American as well. Every single person who is against Israel in this context is against America.
What's funny too is when, Razi, you have, and I'm going to say forced me, but I'll say thanks to Ayn Rand Center UK, I've had the opportunity to listen to a lot of Cenk Uygur. And what's amazing is to see how often he kind of takes the highbrow road of, think of, the poor Americans being, who are fighting the war. Think of the poor Americans who are, potentially dying in the war. But absent is, like, think of all the American victims of Islamist terrorism over the last 4+ decades. Again, just kind of blank out on the whole reason why we're in the situation that we're in. As Miss Rand said, the best thing you can do is not get into the situation that we're in. But we have, and it's thanks to people like Cenk.
Bonnie says, the Young Turks, 6.5 million subscribers. Can there be that many stupid or deliberately evil people who enjoy that channel? First of all, I don't think anybody who's subscribed just on YouTube is necessarily in agreement with them. I think the vast majority probably are. And yes, these are mainstream ideas. This channel, by contrast, has 26,581 subscribers as of right now. By the way, if you are not a subscriber, you should click subscribe and bring us up to 26,582. But yeah, that is, I think, an accurate reflection of where mainstream, where the battle of ideas is and where we are in that battle. And we're gonna. By the way, this stream only has 66 likes, so it also tells you something about where we are. But you can fix that right now if you haven't liked it yet. But yeah, it's not, the stream is not going to have 10,000 likes, and it's not going to have 10,000 views. And again, I'm not Megyn Kelly, who thinks, okay, if we get likes, we're on the right side. We're on the right side if we get no viewers. But we see where we are in terms of our the likelihood of our side actually having a significant impact now. The culture is so far off. The battle is so uphill. But we are here to fight it, Jonathan. You're unmuted, but you're either not saying words or we can't hear them.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was just going to say, I mean, people are able to outsource their intellectual advocacy thanks to the Ayn Rand Center UK. If you don't have the time to be advocating for these ideas, this is what we're here to do. And, do it, Razi, 7 days a week. This is the largest network of ideas and of podcasts inspired by objectivism and history, and we can only do it one super chat at a time. So thanks to all who support, and we hope more people will not just smash the like button, but become regular monthly subscribers as well.
And Think Bunny Law says, Young Turks has been on YouTube 20 years, hence all the subscribers. They weren't like this earlier. Well, yes, but also no. I mean, look, it's not just compound interest on their previous subscribers. It is that they are mainstream. I would love it if when we're on for 20 years, we've been on, when did we start this YouTube channel? It was 7 years ago. I'd love it if we were at however many it was it 6.5? Yeah, 6.5 in 13 years. But yeah, that will take a while. Susie says,
I mean, it's like Rand's, called capitalism the unknown ideal, and it is, and it's still unknown. And that was like at least 30 something odd years ago that collection was published. So, we're here advocating for the truth, as you said, for reason, reality, self-esteem, productivity, the West, and we can only do it thanks to support from our listeners around the world.
Susie says they also, I think also many of the subscribers to the Young Turks are from Islamic world. I could be wrong, but seems many of Pierce's viewers also from that world. Yeah, they love the fact that they have advocates in the West. But yeah, they have more subscribers in America than we have all over the world. I'm sure they have more subscribers in Britain than we have. Probably also in Israel. Pink Bunny Law also says they also had a television channel. Well, Jonathan, can you talk to your friends at Fox? And there's Fox News, there's Fox Business, there's the Fox Sports. There's time for there's room for Fox Reason. So Jonathan will work on that. And I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you for a response. Let's watch some more from Anna.
It is amazing. Anyway.
And by the way, not even to Turks who did the genocide, right? And Israel isn't doing it to the Germans who did the Holocaust. If like the Armenians randomly went to Panama and they're like, this is ours. The Panamanians are terrorists.
Okay, enough. Really, seriously, fuck this guy. Randomly went to the Palestinians. No, the Palestinians, we've been in the West paying for their education that includes putting 3-year-olds in suicide vests and telling them that Jews are pigs and that there's nothing greater than a glorious death in service of the mass murder of Jews. So that is who the Palestinians are, and he is absolutely despicable for I don't want to talk about this fucker anymore. All right, Daniel, do you want to jump in and let's see if we have some news before we go to the next video. Actually, next video is depressing. So Daniel, before you jump in, can you find something not depressing? And if not, I will just ask you to play the video of Steve Sweeney getting targeted. But yeah, by the way, apparently the barrage from Iran where one of the missiles almost destroyed the Al-Aqsa Mosque was from a new area somewhere in the center of Iran, which is up until now they've been shooting from the west mostly. So yeah, look, that says something. They are struggling there, and that's a positive. It's hard to see a positive, as Alex said. Like Jerusalem has experienced. I don't think it's ever experienced what it's experienced these past 24 hours. So saying that it's maybe trying to see the positive in this is difficult. But remember, in the previous war last year, part of the problem for Israel was to deal with the barrages where they had more missiles coming at them that they could reasonably intercept, and that caused a lot of damage. The death toll in Israel is still, I think, by one person lower 21 days into this war than it was in the 12-day war. So so bear that in mind. The launchers are getting destroyed, and the fact that they're now needing to use different locations which are further away and more difficult, and make it maybe easier to intercept, maybe easier to target the launchers, is a step in the right direction. It's also or at least I would say positive sign. Look, after Israel hit the gas field, Iran really wanted to do as much as they could. They didn't need to do much. They needed to bomb the gas field in Qatar, and then Trump decided to basically to apologize to Iran for Israel doing what had to be done. But yeah, if it's there's still that concern for me. And this is still the only thing that can actually go wrong long term from this war, is Trump deciding to declare victory while victory hasn't been achieved, and therefore, giving Iran the de facto victory, and giving all of America's enemies sending them a clear message that America can't basically stay the course, can't finish. If it can't finish the job in a couple of weeks, then it won't finish the job. Jonathan,
that I share that fear, Razi. That the president will announce what he covets, which is a deal. He is a consummate deal maker. So some type of a deal, probably akin to what was achieved in Iran, where he gets some kind of oil revenue. There's like a financial component to it, but ideologically, the mullahs aren't challenged. Ideologically, Islamism isn't challenged, and it's the same thing in Venezuela. To my knowledge, the socialist government is still in power. Yet, the U.S. seems happy to work with them if you could get a deal that just, I guess, makes it worth their while financially.
Daniel joins, opening his camera, looking exactly as tired as Iran would like him to look. This is what they're trying to do, man. Don't give them that victory. Thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat, super sticker.
1 hour ago, Tucker Carlson posted an interview with Jiang Xexin. I think we lost. You know what? I think it's over. The Chinese propaganda, the complete eradication of any ideas in any sensible sense. Tucker Carlson broke me. He did it.
Well, I mean, look, we have some Piers Morgan to play, so not all bad.
With Finkelstein. By the way, Finkelstein has associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Might as well, like, since that is apparently all anybody cares about. He associated with him long after everybody knew that he's meddling with children. But yeah, nobody cares, I think.
Actually, let's do something a bit more positive before we go to Pierce. And I also need to go get another cup of tea, by the way, before we go to Pierce, but I can listen to the show while I'm doing that. And thank you,
By the
John.
way, you know what? Because I'm not sure if you've heard it. You know what Cenk and Anna kind of reminds me whenever I listen to them?
Do I even want to ask?
Choo.
Can you play that again?
Choo.
Is that Alex Jones?
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering, who is that? But anyway.
You've never heard it?
I must have heard it because I didn't recognize his voice from listening to his show every day. But yeah, anyway.
Also, my favorite Jewish creator, Jew Boy, created a response to that. It's he goes, "Goy, goy, 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 goy."
All right. Since I don't think I can get that minute of my life back, Daniel, can you tell us where we are on the super chat goal? I think that's going to be something positive, more than what we just heard.
I mean, at the end of the day, by the way, we are 52 pounds in. It's important to remember that you still have to achieve values in your own life. Like today, I just got delivered. I didn't have time to set it up, but I just got delivered new lights, so I'm gonna have a new light set up here. That should be looking much better because right now you can see the shadow is very deep and very high. It's not ideal because I'm just using my local lighting. And also, I just got a new game. Of course, yesterday the Steam spring sales started, so a lot of discounts on very good titles, and I got a couple, and I'm gonna play today and enjoy it. I'm also gonna go to the gym, enjoy that. I'm just about halfway through Frankenstein, so enjoying that. I'm just getting to the good part. So yeah, make sure to enjoy life, not focus too much on things outside of your control, like Tucker Carlson inviting complete charlatans on the show. Like, okay, no, he invited a lot of charlatans, but I guess maybe we'll go through some of it because I don't think people realize how much of a charlatan Jiang is.
Yeah, I still don't understand why this guy is prominent or what's going on there, but maybe listening to him and Tucker really does bring out the worst in others because he is just such a piece of shit that, it helps. Yeah. By the way, you're also...
Somebody says, does anyone enjoy the gym? I think there are certain exercises you can enjoy. Like, I love almost any triceps exercises. I don't know why, but triceps exercises are just enjoyable.
Yeah, you enjoy the feeling you have when you leave the gym.
No. I mean, even during it.
And also, speaking of positive values, you have a T-shirt arriving any day now, right?
Yes, maybe even today. It might be actually just outside or something. I'd have to check my tracking. And we've also sold another shirt, so congratulations to the person getting. Technically, all orders are numbered, so we could have like a limited. We should have done a limited edition. That would have been so much better, and like number them.
I mean, this is the first of the Nikos Guevara shirts. Look, Che Guevara T-shirts have had different styles. Have had like some wording on them sometimes. So yeah, we're not done. We're just getting started. Yeah, people, get your Nikos Guevara t-shirts now at objectivism.co.uk/shop.
Shop.
Okay, Daniel, do you want to start playing the Pierce clip? Pause whenever you have something to comment on. And yeah, continue, and I will be gone for hopefully no more than 6 or 7 minutes.
That's a lot. I don't even have. Wait, are we doing the Finkelstein stuff? Are we?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but are we doing the Finkelstein stuff? Because he also had Mersheimer on the same video.
Was there a panel?
No. It was solo with Mersheimer and then duo with Jonathan Conricus, and Finkelstein.
Let's do the duo. Let's do the duo. We want to have some person who's kind of trying at least to pretend to be a decent human being among these people. So yeah, all right. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, so it looks like my shirt has been received at Office of Exchange. I don't know where that is, but yeah, hopefully it will be here soon. Let me look at the chat just first. Yeah, Jonathan says, I love the gym, feeling healthy. All right, let's take a look.
Well, returning to Uncensored to debate this, I'm joined by the political scientist and activist Norman Finkelstein, author of the new book, Gaza's Grave Diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places, and the retired Lieutenant Colonel and IDF international spokesman, Jonathan Conricus. Well, welcome to both of you. Jonathan Conricus, we've talked a lot about this. You know, when I hear Professor Mearsheimer there, it could be incredibly difficult for Donald Trump and the Americans to extricate from something which may not be playing out how they anticipated or hoped. But it may be at the same time that Israel has completely different agenda here, that Israel would be quite happy to carry on having an extended war against what they see as the great enemy. You know, we've had Netanyahu talking about a 40-year, sort of dream of this moment coming, and now able to carry it through. I've talked to him myself, and I've interviewed him several times. He's always been, Iran is the big problem. Iran is the one with all the tentacles. Iran's the one we have to take out. He's made no secret of this. So it may be that you've got two big nations here with completely different wishes for how this plays out, in the sense that now it is where it is. Donald Trump is probably thinking, I think, wouldn't want to put words in his mouth, but he changes a lot of what he says all the time. He's probably thinking, I need an off-ramp here. And Netanyahu may be thinking the complete opposite. Quite happy to have a very level ramp carrying on for months or as long as it takes. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I'd say shalom from Israel. Thanks for having me on again. I'm happy, this is recorded. I'm happy that the video will be out in eternity. That's the fun part about making assessments. And I will really enjoy seeing all the doomsday experts and the instant military analysts and people who now claim to understand the Iranian regime, the Israel-Iran conflict, and understand the Middle East very well, and maritime warfare and many other things. And I really look forward to seeing their doomsday prophecies shatter at the face of reality when Israel and the US will be able to not only reopen the Strait of Hormuz and force the Iranians back in positions, when the US and Israel will help the Iranian people actually reclaim their freedom and get rid of this foreign oppression that has been governing the people of Iran for 47 years. And I look forward to the time when Israel and Iran, a free Iran, free of Islamist oppression, will reestablish diplomatic ties and trade and prosperity. I think, and I'm a realist. I don't think a lot of people can, blame me for being rosy-eyed or detached from reality. I stand on pretty solid ground. Most of the time, my analysis is usually based on my military experience and how I understand conflicts playing out. And I think this time, the balance of power between Iran on one side, the regime on one side, and the US and Israel, and soon to be a few additional Gulf countries, it's not even a contest. And I strongly dispute what the distinguished professor said before, that Iran can escalate this horizontally and the US won't have anything to do in order to retaliate. Frankly, respectfully, he doesn't have a clue. There are so many things that both Israel and the US can do that can totally cripple the regime and can really reduce Iran's infrastructure, economy, ability to trade, ability to move, transport, import, export, and many other things that Israel and the US can do if they want to. And I think rightfully so, Israel and the US have not done that up until now, and I hope it won't be necessary. But I am contrary to many of the doomsday prophecies and many people who are, trying to count Israeli interceptors and looking at the oil price and wishing it go to $200 and imagining that the Iranian regime has this tremendous unlimited power to conduct guerrilla warfare like the Finns did against the Soviets in the Second World War or something to the like. I think they're wrong. And I think that reality will show them to be wrong. And I think that experts should have learned better by now not to think that they understand President Donald Trump and not to measure him by the yardsticks that other US presidents have been measured by, because he isn't. He is different. And, we can debate style and content. And just last point about, Israeli topics. Here I agree. Israel, as I think the president has said, we have real skin in the game. We live here. We are the ones who face Iranian attacks, and we are the ones who have been facing these attacks for the better part of 30-odd years by the Iranian regime. So yeah, definitely. We want to get rid of the terror organization that Iran funds. We want to get rid of their ballistic missiles. We want whoever governs Iran to stop dreaming about developing nuclear weapons to wipe the Zionist entity off the map. We want them to stop dreaming about wiping Israel off the map by the year 2040, which was an official Iranian goal and policy. And we would love for there to be diplomatic relations and trade and prosperity. So yeah, there are differences.
Okay.
Let's just pause here, just to cover a little bit of what Jonathan Conricos has said. I think generally, I guess broadly, decent way to talk about it. Although way too long. Just say that, yeah, Israel needs to deal with this. I think he didn't use the words regime change. He said Israel needs to ensure, or that it needs to be ensured that Iran doesn't possess ballistic missiles, that it cannot fund the proxies in the region, and that basically the leadership wouldn't go against it. Wouldn't be against Israel, wouldn't want to focus on wiping out Israel, which is, pretty much proper to call out. So yeah, overall, I guess decent. I think from the start a little bit, I didn't like the, sort of like Piers Morgan's way of talking about this. But this was a bit long, and I don't even remember what exactly he said. But I'm sure we'll have more than enough time to cover Piers Morgan.
Well, one thing they said, the thing that Jonathan agreed with, and I agree with as well. Israel wants to see this through, and if you judge by some of what he's saying, Trump is looking for an off ramp, which is really embarrassing. And but also, as Jonathan said there, he is, we might not understand Trump and the differences between him and past presidents, but we see a difference between him and past presidents in that he did this. Like, we've had 3 weeks of this. If he's looking for an off ramp now, it'll be a massive disappointment. But The disappointment we've had up until now is no president having the balls to do even this. And the presidents who did military action anywhere did it apologetically and did it half-assed, like openly half-assed, including Iraq, which every time Iraq comes up, I need to remind people, the war in Iraq was won in 20 days. It was over. The regime was removed. The problem was the nation building. And the problem in the nation building, by the way, was Iran. That was the problem. It was that Iran fought a war and America wouldn't acknowledge that Iran is the enemy even then. So Iran was killing American soldiers in Iraq, and America allowed it to happen. And now America is fighting back in the real war. So far, so good.
Somebody in the chat says terrible show. And yeah, I agree. Piers Morgan Uncensored. The biggest problem with it, it's not a serious show. I mean, he might invite even, let's say, I don't know. I don't consider Finkelstein a serious person. But let's say maybe some serious people on the pro-Palestinian side and some serious people on the Israeli side. But one, they're never really that serious. And two, it's always just a spectacle. The goal is just to have people arguing or yelling at each other, right? You wanna have clips from Cheng, right?
I can prove it!
Cheng.
I can prove it!
Thank you, Kathleen, for the super chat. Kathleen says, I agree, Daniel. Make the most of whatever pleasures you can in life, whether big or small. It's amazing how you guys have relentlessly fought this BS all this time. Thank you so much. Happy Friday to all the good people here. Happy Friday to you as well. I'm afraid I am going to disappoint today because unless we have other people joining, and yeah, we will wrap it up soonish. I'm coming down with something, and I do want to be able to stream properly throughout the window and window weekend. I don't even know words. See. Yeah, Susie says Daniel loves the new soundboard. Yeah, he does love it. And you know what?
There's anything wrong with that?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But,
Okay.
Yeah. And yes, I will at some point learn the.
Well, I would just add, because we were thinking about it. Razi was like, "Well, how much? How? What is the price difference on the StreamYard and Zoom that we were using?" And I said, "Well, we have a free trial for a little bit." And you know what he said?
I'll make that deal. How about you, bitch? You make that deal?
I'd make that deal.
I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
Good deal. Doesn't fit as well.
I know, and I don't know where that's from.
It's Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but it's on my Netflix list. I love how Daniel uses the opportunity to show us the biceps. Well done, Daniel.
Did I?
Been working out.
Oh, sorry.
And then you haven't seen wrestling in the 80s.
I don't know how the. I don't really know how.
I'll send you some Hulk Hogan clips. Christopher Smith says we need some Frank Costanza on there. Yes, I have a whole list of requests that I'm going to send Daniel to add to that board, and most of it
is Frank Costanza the father.
Yes, that's George's dad. I know one that we need, which is I got a lot of problems with you people, and now you're going to hear about it. That one we definitely need. But yes, send us your Seinfeld recommendations for Serenity. No, that is a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have 10, but realistically, I'll probably remove 6 of them.
You have 10 now. We don't have a limit of 10. You mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what is the limit. I don't know if there is a limit even. So I can keep adding, but I assume. But the more I have, the harder it is to scroll through them or find . So I'm assuming. We'll keep this. Probably remove this. I'll keep this.
All right. First of all, everybody in the chat is giving very good recommendations. Yes, these pretzels are making me thirsty. Is a good one.
I don't know
Chicken
that one.
soup for you, Moody. Yeah. By the way, there's this. They're not sponsoring this show, but for anybody in England, there's this amazing bone broth in Waitrose, Boro broth. It's so good that they get free advertising, and that is expensive as hell. But yeah,
How much?
If I could afford more than one of the, I can't even afford one of these a day. But
How
I
much?
do it anyway. If I could afford more than one of these a day, I would not be worried about my current condition, because you drink it and everything goes away, at least for a bit. Oh yes, the double dip. You double dip the chip. Next time, just dip once and end it. All right, Daniel, let's go back to Piers.
You still didn't say how much.
What?
How much is it?
One broth is 5 pounds per, basically what is enough for 1 cup.
How much is 1 cup? Like,
it's like 300 and something, I think, milliliters. So it's a size of a large.
How many calories is that?
What?
How many calories is that?
I don't know. I'll check and I'll get back to you tomorrow. It's probably not a small number of calories, because it's fat.
Oh, it's probably. I don't know. Not necessarily. I'm wondering about the salt levels, guys. If there's any advice that I could give you, watch your sodium levels. It's insane how much sodium you can consume if you don't watch out for it.
Yeah, we've already heard that advice. And by the way, that advice is without a super chat goal. And as I keep telling people, get your potassium supplements. You are 100% or 99% certain deficient in potassium, and that outweighs the salt. All right.
Actually, I am tracking all my micros, and if I check yesterday, potassium levels are very low. Also copper. I guess I just didn't have. But for magnesium, I have a supplement. So also manganese. So I have to figure out that.
My Finkelstein levels are also really low. So let's hear some more from Piers and.
I can fix my deficiencies with the liver. So, but let's take this.
Norman Finkelstein, welcome back to Uncensored. Great to have you again. What is your response there?
Thank you for having me.
What is your response to what Jonathan Comrick has just outlined?
I'm not a military person by training or by disposition, so I'm not going to make any prognostications about whether Israel will win the short term and the medium term or the long term. And I believe that, in my opinion, is a separate question from what ought to be the right question to ask. If you were to go to a program in Germany during World War II, and there are various persons on debating, should Germany have invaded Russia? Was it smart to wage a two-front war? Will Germany be able to prevail over Russia in the short or in the long term? For most people, sane people, that is, that's an insane question. Maybe Germany could have defeated Russia.
Okay. Let's pause here, because Finkelstein, who is actually advocating for the same thing that the Nazis advocated for, which is the extermination of the Jews, he doesn't do it directly. He does it indirectly by supporting the Palestinians, who have always said, while there's no consensus among Palestinians on what type of totalitarian regime they want to replace Israel with, they all agree that they want to kill all Jews and replace it with some sort of totalitarian regime. That is what this scumbag is advocating for. So let's put that in context. All right. Before I go to you, let me quickly thank you, Shazbot, for the super chat. I should say, just like we said before Daniel was giving his financial advice, that this is not official financial advice. And like Finkelstein says, he's not a military expert. He just plays one on every single interview he's on. Shazbot asks, I eat 4 bananas every week. Does that supply adequate potassium? Again, everything I say is stuff that I read or watched somewhere else, so bear that in mind. And no, that I don't think 4 bananas a day would be enough. And you should not eat 4 bananas a day for other reasons. But yeah, banana is not the highest potassium food, right? I think it's salmon or avocado or one of those. And even then, you're not getting enough. You need a supplement almost certainly with potassium.
No, there were definitely days there were days where I got all of my macros like fulfilled. I think you can, by the way, so just with the banana, I think like a medium banana is like maybe 400 milligrams of potassium, and I think daily you need, again, depends on your weight, but like from like 3,000 to maybe 5,000 milligrams, again depending on your weight. So yeah, you would need to eat like 10 bananas or something to get like your potassium levels. But let me look what else is potassium. I mean, vegetables are always like, this is the reason to actually, the biggest reason to eat vegetables is it's low calories and usually high on like micronutrients. That's usually the number one reason to get vegetables into your diet.
Yeah.
I'm seeing mainly like beans are big. So lima beans, soybeans, white beans, beet greens. Potatoes are also not bad. Mushrooms, maybe some mushrooms. Vegetables, fruits. I mean, even in meat, you'll have some of potassium, right? But not enough to like fulfill your levels.
And it depends. Again, salmon and steak are not equal in this. But yeah, beet greens sounds slightly less disgusting than beets. And yeah, give me a supplement over anything to do with beets any day. Kathleen says, I'm getting censored, LOL. I didn't even swear, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that's YouTube. Does that kind of stuff. But anyway, yeah, by the way, with Kathleen and Shazbot's super chats, Daniel, I think we are close, right? Very close. We are 13 pounds away. Again, this is not going to be a long stream unless we have a bunch of other people joining, just because if it's me and Daniel, I am running out of steam for today, and will take my potassium to hopefully be back here tomorrow healthier. But yeah, I can hear a bit more of Piers and Norm, and before that, I can hear what Daniel has to say about them.
Well, Chandler in the chat is channeling Megan Kelly. He says, postmodernist pseudoscientific talk. Oh, you got your micros? There's something microed about you, I bet.
Anything about the topic?
I mean, at this point, I just want to insult Finkelstein from all the like the social. Did you know that apparently he was living next to like an immigrant family, and he tried to get them deported by ICE because they were making too much noise? I'm not making this story up. This is like actually like he tried to take them to court. He tried to like get them out of the building just because they were making too much noise, and he couldn't focus on his work. Like, I don't care to actually debunk what like Finkelstein says. It's all, well, he didn't say much yet, but it's all like BS that doesn't really matter. Like, he's not a serious person. He's not like a serious. Like at some point, because I've seen clips from this, at some point he will start calling Conricus by a wrong name, because this is his tactic. He just calls people by wrong names. He did the same.
Remember early on in the war, there was that debate. I don't know how we stomached doing that whole thing, but with what's his name, Destiny. What's Destiny's actual last name?
Bonnell.
Okay, so during that stream, he was Mr. Burnell, Mr. Bonelli, Mr. Banali. Like he had a bunch of, I don't know exactly if I'm getting that right, but he had many names. None of them his actual name. And also, Finkelstein called him stupid a bunch of times. And by the way, Destiny, of the four people on that debate, was by far the best, which is not saying much about the people you had on the debate. Chandler says, bunch of fairy hippies talking about their diets. I think you're right. Let's move on. Daniel, let's watch some more.
It's an important. You have to start, Well, by the way, I don't know how much personal stuff, but like Chandler takes supplements as well. So like he's not excused from this.
You're not outing somebody. This is a good thing. It's a positive. Yeah, it's good that we have like that science is at this level where we can actually extract like just the goodness of something. Like I say, I always say to people who are like, I gotta eat fruit and stuff. I'm like, just eat a chocolate bar and take a supplement, and it's pretty much the same. Not exactly, but yeah, it's fruit is sugar with vitamins, basically.
Yeah, but it's still different because if you just eat like added sugars compared to like sugars with like something that can also like dissolve it or basically make it like it is different, and there's different types of sugars as well. So generally, I think eating fruit is better than eating, especially like if we are talking like milk chocolate with the amount of sugars.
I was exaggerating for effect, as people do.
Well, because you're joking, but I've seen a like a video. Do you know Mike the Doctor? He's also Jewish, by the way. He has like 17 million.
We don't
views.
all know each other.
He has like 17 million like subscribers or something like that on YouTube. He's like a big doctor YouTuber, and he had this guy on his channel, and and the guy told him like, well, you're saying like the sugars are the same, so you're basically saying like chocolate, like eat a chocolate, or eat an apple, you might as well eat a chocolate. And he's like, might as well, it's the same thing. It's like, it's not the same thing. I'm just filibustering.
All right, let's watch some more of the stuff.
Chandler says he's ashamed. I just want to, bring you among the fairy cult. Let's take a look.
Or maybe it was an error, as it turned out to be. The question is, was it just? Was it right? Who is in the right and who is in the wrong? Bad people win wars. That doesn't mean the war is right. Good people lose wars. That doesn't mean the good people are in the wrong. So let's look at the situation here. For 2.5 years, Israel waged what's called the crime of crimes. Israel waged a genocide in Gaza. And then, before even the blink of an eye, Israel launched what was called at Nuremberg the supreme international crime, the crime of aggression. So we have Israel and its chief enabler, the United States, guilty of the crime of crimes, the crime of genocide. And then, before even the blink of an eye, Israel and...
I'm sorry, did I rewind back, or is he repeating the same sentence twice? Sorry.
I don't know, but I was going to address whenever we pause, Susie saying 2x, or we'll all die.
I sped it up.
You did?
I heard this is sped up.
No, we shouldn't speed up Finkelstein. No, this is important. You need to fully experience the Finkelsteinness of it. This is if you can put it on normal speed, you need to understand, because look, I get it is uncomfortable, but we need to see, and we also need to remind people of what Piers Morgan is. Remind me to say something about Piers Morgan. I'm going to make a note, but if I forget, Daniel, remind me in the next time we pause.
Its chief enabler, the United States, waging the supreme international crime of aggression. In fact,
did he repeat his whole? He actually did repeat his whole thing twice.
On the latter point, the supreme international crime of aggression, there hasn't even been the attempt, the pretense, the pretext of a debate. There is no dispute whatsoever, none, that Israel and its chief enabler, the United States, are guilty of the supreme international crime of aggression in violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter, and for which it has no grounds whatsoever, zero grounds of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. That being the case, there can't be any dispute none whatsoever, that Iran had the right and continues to have the right of self-defense against the supreme international crime of aggression. Now, it is true that the whole international...
Look, I hate Piers Morgan and everything about him, and I specifically hate this this show that he has now, and I hate his interruptions. But you have a sort of limited time frame for your show. Yeah, it's not on television, so it's not that limited. Isn't there a point where you say, dude, you speed it up? Don't assume that people are going to speed it up when they watch. You speed it up because there's another person who probably has like other things on his schedule at some point in the day. So you have your time slot, and that's it. You get your stuff in that time slot as much as you can, and then the next guy. Then again, look, if Pierce was a decent person, he wouldn't have the kind of show that he has. He wouldn't have Norman Finkelstein on anything. And look, Norman Finkelstein also talks like this. WUB asks, mentally challenged? You mean, like, is Finkelstein mentally challenged? No, but he thinks all his audience is. He's talking to everybody. The subtext every time he opens his mouth is, you're all stupid. I'm going to slow this down for you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't care what this guy says. I mean, he didn't say anything. I mean, it's not even like he just asserts things like Israel is committing the crimes of crimes, whatever, and it's in violation of UN Charter 2 or Article 2 and Article 51, and Iran has a right to defend it. Like that's not how normal people, or not. That's not like even like educated people talk about the topic, or they should. Like, if I'm somebody who's just coming here without any knowledge about this, what does this tell me? By what standard are we judging that Israel did attack somebody without any reason, or it was an act of aggression, or that it hasn't been genocide? He just says, okay, nobody is debating it. Well, yeah, because it shouldn't be debated, because it's pointless. It's any assertions that Israel is committing a genocide are baseless. So there is no debate. What am I going to debate? About the made-up things you think are happening in Gaza? About the made-up ideas you have? About the international, what was it? The International Genocide Scholars Association or whatever, the one that just random people can join and actually like has no authority to make these assessments. Like there's nothing to debunk from what Finkelstein says. Like he's not even wrong. That's how crazy this is.
Okay. Yeah, let me, before we go back to these people, so I've been watching this documentary series on Netflix about the Murdochs, which is of course a hit piece. What could you expect? But yeah, there's the interesting part, which I was around actually to know this, but I didn't specifically think about it, which is Piers Morgan used to be the editor of the News of the World, a tabloid in Britain that had to shut down because they hacked phones of people and like deleted messages of a girl that was murdered and all sorts of really nasty things that they did to get stories, which they of course got. And yeah, he wasn't the editor when this stuff happened, but somebody in this documentary says, yeah, I worked for News of the World, and then I brought Piers some photos, but I said, and it was like topless photos of famous women. He said, yeah, we can't use it because it's stolen. And he's like, no, of course we can use it. And that's Piers Morgan in a nutshell. So I think that was a less bad version of him than we have today. Like he was just getting started at that point. And today we see hopefully the final product, although who knows where Piers is going to evolve into. Thank you, Roland, for the super chat. Roland says, I'm sending you guys the super chat of super chats in violation of everything the UN stands for. Repeat 3 times. Yes. No, but we'll have, when we have Norman Finkelstein on the show, he will repeat it 3 times. Yeah. He's repeating it 3 times for all of your benefits. Remember, it's you won't get it if he only repeats it once or twice.
Sorry, I would just finish. In 2018, January 4th, there was a correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Robert Trivers about hoping that their relationship with Norman Finkelstein hasn't been interrupted by all the accusations that go to Jeffrey Epstein. Again, I don't think this is like the end all be all, but with somebody like Norman Finkelstein, I don't care to like give him any credence of like expertise or anything. Again, Finkelstein is somebody who said the Houthis, they want to bomb international shipping. Hey, they are doing it for Palestinians. Who cares about the international law? So again, I'm not giving this person anything, and I have a few more Epstein emails if people want to listen.
Let's hear some more of yours.
I mean, like after I can bring it after.
National system, as has been commented on in the last few months, in particular by the Prime Minister of Canada, but by many others, the whole international system of law has collapsed.
Was somebody backing a truck? Was it just me? I hear like background.
I thought that was here.
Oh.
No, but it's not. I was muted.
Law.
So anyway, it is more interesting than what he actually has to say, but anyway.
Others, the whole international system of law has collapsed. The supreme international body for war and peace is the UN Security Council. And the UN Security Council failed in its responsibility to stop the war of aggression. That being the case, we have reverted from the state of law to the law of the jungle, or what's sometimes called the state of nature. Now,
oh yeah, all those great days before October 7th where there was no war because UN Security Council came in and solved everything. Ukraine wasn't invaded. There were no civil wars anywhere. Like, don't give me this. Like, again, this is not a serious person. Like, whole international law collapsed after this. Like, come on.
Yeah, willful thinker in the chat begging YouTube to show an ad. Yeah, we're still off.
I can throw one there.
What? No need. And also, we're short of the super chat goal, but I don't know if again, like, we're not going to stay long. So no need for additional ads. But yeah, I want to hear the response. So let's hear some more.
Under these circumstances, where the state of law is gone, the Security Council failed in its responsibility in a case of blatant, brazen, flagrant aggression against a member state of the United Nations. Then, if you look at the English philosopher John Locke, he says, Israel, the United States, they have turned into wild, savage beasts.
John Locke said that?
Maybe that's a different John Locke.
Yeah. It's either... You say it's a different John Locke because you're assuming that this guy is actually speaking truth rather than not kind of limiting his lies to things that are. Yeah, we do need to hear that again before we hear. Come on, we need a bit of a break from him. So Yeah, thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, he is not a good man. Thank you for the understatement. And as I said earlier, Australian Prime Minister has found out Muslims do not like him despite his pandering to them. Yeah, I wasn't here yet, but I did see that. I watched some of it when you guys talked about it, and I saw the clip. I saw a longer clip, actually, last night or today. Whenever I saw it, it was, yeah, it was fun to see, but also it's scary to see, because look, that's what the Prime Minister of Australia is doing to his own country, and it's not like there's a really serious alternative in Australia. I think there's more of a serious alternative in Australia than there is in this country, but yeah, it's Australia doesn't look like it's headed in the right. Well, that's putting it mildly, way too mildly. And yeah, WUB, not WUB, PC. Check your email. People with letters, but I understand I understand not everybody wants their name out there. Anyway, Daniel, any thoughts, or can we see if he is? Yeah, we definitely need to hear the John Locke part again.
Again, like this, I wish there was something I could like latch on and say, well, this is actually wrong. But there are no assertions. There's nothing. There's nothing for me to say.
Well, if he's talking about the John Locke we're familiar with, there is something there that's wrong, but let's hear it again.
Israel, the United States, they have turned into against the member state of the United Nations. Then, if you look at the English philosopher John Locke, he says, Israel, the United States, they have turned into wild, savage beasts, guilty of the crime of crimes and the supreme international crime. They have become dangerous to mankind. And under those circumstances, says Locke, every man may restrain or, where it is necessary, destroy things noxious to them. And that's what these two states have become. They have become noxious to humanity. Destroying now Tehran, destroying Beirut, two Arab, in the case of Tehran, a Muslim and an Arab capital being destroyed.
Okay, but let me just...
It's not a war.
Okay, all right.
But Norman Finkelstein...
Yeah, this is the beauty of television and YouTube compared to radio, is the facial reaction that you get. By the way, this is a perfect place to pause. Daniel, leave this on the screen, please, because this is Jonathan Cornicus. That's the correct. There's a right and wrong facial expression. That is the right facial expression when you just heard 10 minutes of Finkelsteinism, including what John Locke had to say about Israel. Anyway.
Serenity now! Serenity now!
I think what he's doing, so this is very sloppy quoting. I think what he meant to quote the sort of like the end part of the sort of the state of nature. I think that's the John Locke part, and he just asserted that Israel and the United States, that's what you could like compare it to. But he's quoting like a retard. I want to say, I don't know why, but I don't know if he's stupid enough to like try to do this like trick that people will think that this is like him like quoting John Locke directly, or if he just doesn't actually think through his sentences. Like all of the like everything he said is a run-on sentence, by the way. I don't think there was a single period in the whole time he's talking. So
well, there were commas, there are different clauses. Nikos is always upset with me when I write a sentence that could have been separated into a few. So sometimes I do it just to annoy Nikos, but Finkelstein takes it next level. Salome says he must be drunk, and she's not the first person who suggests that. I don't know who you guys are drinking with, but I don't talk like that when I drink. But anyway, it's been a while, so maybe I'm not. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. I'm not going to read it out for self-preservation reasons, but yeah, that sounds good. Daniel.
We reached the super chat goal.
All right, so we have reached a super chat goal, which means we will just out of guilt, at least go on for a bit until I'm really unable to continue. But might mean I'll need another tea at some point, Daniel. So yeah, Paul, we're back to the question of my drinking. I'm not drinking, but with breaks from not drinking. So 4 times in a year and a half, that's the current pace. And I think that's going to be the continued pace. But when I do drink, I sound way better than Finkelstein, regardless of whether he is drunk right now. So, yeah. Anyway.
Let me just jump in and ask you one question on that before I go back to Jonathan, which is, would you categorize the Iranian regime since 1979 as a noxious entity? Because to many people's eyes, whatever their view of the war, the general point of agreement is that this has been a pretty vile, repressive regime, which certainly lives up to the title of noxious. Would you be happy to say that it's been a noxious regime?
I would say 2 things, and I'll say them in reverse order. The Iranian regime has been guilty of actions within its sovereign state that cannot be justified and which properly should be classified as crimes, human rights, egregious human rights violations. About that, I have no doubt. However, number 2, I want to establish priority. Priority is number 1. The first point, egregious human rights violations. Number 2, I don't believe the Iranian regime was ever given a chance to see how it would unfold between the crippling sanctions that were imposed on the Iranian government, and then the huge amounts of money it had to subtract from civilian investment in order to counter, from its inception, the military threat posed by Israel and the United States.
Okay,
meant that huge amounts of resources.
Allow me. No, you've been allowed way too much, Finkelstein. Yeah, we need a pause for the cause. By the way, yeah, Susie says in the chat, would you categorize yourself as a noxious entity? I don't expect peers to read that, to ask that kind of questions, but yeah. And Susie also quotes Churchill there in the chat, although I believe Churchill used that as a way of speaking against the idea of not ending a sentence with a proposition, right? Anyway, yeah, Paul says, most of us sound better than Fink when we're drunk and when we're sober and any other state of, when we're talking in our sleep as well, most likely. Moody, I think, might be disappointed that we reached the super chat goal and there are no more ads when Finkelstein is speaking. And Christopher Smith, thank you for bringing in, I mean, we also try to bring in some rationality, but it's always good to hear from the greats. Christopher Smith quotes Dr. John Ridpath, says, ideas matter, they count, they are important for your life. Yes, Finkelstein knows that as well, by the way. The Finkelsteins of the world are well aware of the importance of ideas. They use them as weapons against humanity in the case of Finkelstein.
I kind of forgot. Oh, like what he said. Oh yeah, that Iran didn't get a chance to like be good guys
because of sanctions. didn't get a chance. The regime didn't get a chance not to be good guys, to basically show that their system of government works because of the sanctions
and because of the Israeli threat. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, we repeat that all the time. There's this idea that you have the perfect system of government, which is 100% of the time something that is as far away from capitalism as can be, but it doesn't work because of the sanction of capitalist countries. Basically, if the capitalists won't trade with you with your perfect system collapses, which Hawaiian Daniel says crippling sanctions. It's always an interesting.
By the way, sanctions just mean we don't trade with you. That's it. It's not crippling.
Yeah, well, some people are like to cripple themselves, at least mind-wise. By the way, Daniel, side issue. All those people going to Cuba, when are they
again, like Finkelstein is the type of person that and I keep saying this, right? A girl not going to a date with you is not cancel culture. Like somebody not wanting to engage with you is not their fault. It's your fault that they don't want to engage with you for some reason, and you have to figure it out. Like people like Finkelstein, by the way, living alone in his lonely apartment and trying to get other people deported because they are making too much noise. He is failure at life for the most part when you actually look at what he spent with life, and he tries to blame other people for it. By the way, Finkelstein, a historian in Middle East that doesn't speak Hebrew or Arabic, so that cannot actually read any of the primary sources in this region. Historian, by the way. So he just failed at life. That's not Israel's fault. If Israel didn't exist, he would still be a failure at life. If Iran was able to subjugate all of Middle East, he would still be a failure in life. If Islam would take over, he would still be a failure at life because he's a Jew. That last part, not generally. That even if Islam takes over, despite all of his propaganda for it, he would still be not a good guy because fundamentally he is considered Jewish. But all the other parts, he's failure, not because of himself, not because he's Jewish.
Yeah, we have a new troll in the chat. Welcome, troll. Keep listening. We're glad you're here. Thank you for helping us with the algorithm. You can also click the like button because we are providing a service for you here as well. 82 likes on this stream so far, so definitely need for more. All right, let's hear some more.
Again, you could say the same thing. Israel hasn't been a chance to not commit genocide against Palestinians because it kept getting attacked by Arab and Palestinian invaders. Like, how is that not the same thing? Like it's a BS.
By the way, I remembered what I was thinking about when you mentioned that he tried to get his neighbors deported. It was Babu Bat, right? Was the one that Jerry Seinfeld got deported, but it was by accident in his case. But yeah,
what
you need the Pakistani immigrant who had a
restaurant. Is that in a show or he actually?
No, it was in the show. He had a restaurant that I don't remember what it was, like maybe a general restaurant or Italian. I don't remember what the original restaurant was. But then he's like, "Why don't you open a restaurant for your own cuisine from where you're from?" Which was Pakistan, and didn't work out. And then also he got him deported somehow by not opening his mail or something. I don't remember that. I should really rewatch it, and really shouldn't do shows when I'm not 100%, but we do them anyway. And then we hear Finkelstein, and it also affects us very much. Okay, the troll in the chat claims to be straight and female, so boys one at a time.
Of course not.
All right, let's hear some more from Finkelstein.
Well, we're probably going to hear from Conricos finally.
Have gone to a better end were squandered because of the brutal sanctions and the threats of war.
Okay, Jonathan, just respond quickly to that point, to the 2 points there that which Norman Finkelstein said. Then I want to just talk to you about Joe Kent after that. So just respond to him on that.
Yeah, when I came on the show, I didn't know I was coming in for a lengthy, long-winded, long syllable word academic lecture, but I will be brief and I will say that I think it's absolutely ridiculous. If we scale back to 1979, the Islamic Republic of Iran is the aggressor. Islamic Republic of Iran has been building ballistic missiles, has been arming terror organizations, has been calling and acting to try to destroy the state of Israel. They have said so. Numerous presidents, the current not so much, but former Supreme Leader Khamenei and the previous one, the first one, have said so explicitly that it is their wish, their desire, their plan, their divine commitment to destroy what they call the Zionist entity. And I think what Israel is guilty of isn't now take.
I just want to pause here because I don't know what's coming next, and I want to say that if this continues, I have no problem with anything he just said. What I would have a problem with is if this is all he says, because in this situation, all you're doing is answering Finkelstein with the facts, which is important, but there is the issue of values as well. You need to go on the attack. This person is an anti-Semitic. Yes, he is of Jewish descent. He is still as anti-Semitic as the troll in the chat. You know, he's full on, and he should be called out on that. He's an evil human being. And even if I'm going to understand the value of being on a show that gets many viewers, so being on a show with him, it is you calling him out for who he is, and then have him be on the defensive. Don't do the thing that too many Israelis do, and they're like, "Oh no, it's not a genocide. Look, we're trying our best." No. It's the Palestinians. That is the reason there's war. It's the Iranians. That's the reason there's war. It's the Lebanese. It's the savage Muslim countries and regions that Israel is surrounded by that have death to Israel as a high value and don't have their own life as a value at all. So, yeah. By the way, the troll in the chat, from what I can see, is also a Welsh nationalist. And what, Somali? Is that a Somalian flag? Anyway, not that interesing. All right.
Well, we can't put it on. Wait, is that a?
No putting.
I want to see it.
You find a way to see it without showing it to the world. We don't need to remember. We don't call troll. We don't amplify their voices. We just call them out on the lowlifes that they are. Yeah. All right.
Action against the Iranian regime. It isn't launching a strike on the Iranian regime's ability to fire ballistic missiles at Israel or at 10 or 11 other countries in the Middle East. It is that it took us so long and that we didn't do it earlier, and we could have saved thousands of Israelis, thousands of civilians that were murdered by Palestinians, by Syrians, by Lebanese, by other Arabs who were funded and armed by this very evil empire of terrorism, which was the Iranian regime. And the only thing I regret is that, only now are we doing it, and I think we should have done it way sooner. And as I said before, now I am optimistic that this will actually change and we'll find ourselves in a different trajectory. But from my perspective, I have zero doubt who the aggressor is. Iran is the aggressor. We never aggressed against Iran until we were fired upon, until our civilians were murdered by their proxies, until they fired ballistic missiles at us. It's a very clear situation, and trying to turn it on its head, I think it's quite ridiculous and really unfounded.
Okay, but if you look at the resignation letter of Joe Kent, he was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center and a big supporter of Donald Trump until yesterday. He resigned his position. And included in his letter, he said Iran played no imminent.
Did we talk about the fact that Joe Kent was under investigation even before he resigned? And that's, a big part of it. And yeah, the guy was, full on. Did the anti-Semitic MAGA thing that they do, which is the anti-Semitic wing of MAGA. I'm not saying all of MAGA is anti-Semites, which is as soon as they stop pretending to be on board with Trump on everything, they say what they are not on board with Trump on, which is his support of the Jewish state, attempting to prevent the extermination of the Jews.
I don't have much to say here. Somebody in the chat says, good Jewish people are also against the Israeli government, and it's like I have a best friend who is Jew. His name is Norman Finkelstein. It's like that's not like you're not helping your case. It's the same like, oh yeah, I'm not racist. I have a black friend, Candace Owens. Like you're not making your case.
They're not. No, anti-Israel Jews are not even what they're definitely not what Candace Owens is to black people. They're what Jesse Lee Peterson is to black people. By the way, Daniel, in one of our comedic, breaks here, we should play some Jesse Lee Peterson. Now, this is not funny in the Yochai Sponder kind of funny. This is funny in the holy shit, what the hell is going on here kind of funny, but funny nonetheless. And after some Finkelstein, we will need that. So let's see Finkelstein, and then let's see the.
Oh my god, Jesse Lee Peterson is not getting new views.
Why not?
He's getting like thousands.
Well, anyway, yeah, I want to watch the Norman Finkelstein of black people, but let's first hear the Norman Finkelstein of Jews.
Man, I feel so sad.
Afterwards, when you get us a Jesse Lee Peterson clip, get us one of the good old ones where he goes full racist against black people. So, let's play this for now.
Threat to our nation. It is clear we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. He went on to say this was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war. It cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. I mean, powerful words from a guy who until 2 days ago, if you'd asked anybody in the Trump administration, would have said, look, the guy's great. He's our top national counterterrorism guy. Now, of course, they've all turned on him. But what is your response to what he said?
I think President Trump responded quite masterfully by retweeting a tweet that the same guy tweeted a few years ago, where he directly urged and called on the president when he was in between his terms to actually take action against Iran, and how Iran, the Iranian regime, is a threat to the US and it must be checked. And I think that's, the best and shortest way. I think this person, I don't know him. I've heard other people speak about him. I haven't met the guy, so I won't, speak about his character and who he is. And I frankly don't know enough about him. But I know that previously he had different opinions, and previously he said and thought different things about the Islamic Republic of Iran and the threat that it poses to the US. And I think we should be truthful here and honest. Yes, currently, the Iranian regime did not possess ballistic missiles that were capable of reaching continental US. So the Iranian regime could threaten US service members in the area, they could threaten US posture, they could threaten assets, they could threaten US allies, but kill American civilians, they tried by killing various Iranian dissidents or Jewish targets. Reportedly, they tried to kill the president twice. But in terms of ballistic missiles, yeah, I agree. But then why wait? Why wait for a crazy regime full of radical Islamists who dream of destroying other countries, who chant death to America and say it continuously? Why wait for them to develop the ballistic missiles that are capable of reaching not only Europe, but actually also continental US. Like, why wait? They're weak now because Israel has weakened them, because they've overstretched, because they are corrupt, because they have mishandled funds, and they've gone in this psychotic loophole of trying to destroy Israel by paying terrorists in the region. And you've heard the Iranian people chant on the streets weeks and months ago, no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, I want to live and die for Iran. Why do they say that? Are they, enticed by Mossad agents? No, they're saying it because they see that their regime is a corrupt one that prioritizes jihad against Israel over the future of their own country. And it's this corruption, this management that eventually weakened the regime, made it exposed enough for Israel to finally take the opportunity. And what we see now unfolding is the early first stages of this regime falling. I think it will fall, and I think it will fall at the hands of the brave Iranian people who will find the courage again, summon the courage again, take to the streets and reclaim their freedom once the war stops.
Okay. You said earlier that you feel strongly
that is very well said. The problem is what wasn't said. He did criticize or mock Finkelstein's style and speed of talking, but he didn't call him out on the evil scumbag that he is, and he should have. Daniel, any thoughts? And then after we get your thoughts, let's actually play Jesse Lee Peterson in between segments of this, because we have Finkelstein next, and I think we need to ease into it through the sort of more comedic version of him.
So I ended the video by mistake, so I'll have to find where we ended off. I don't have much to add. And I don't know what you want to play from Jesse Lee.
Any sort of
Jesse triggers woke black people. Jesse Lee Peterson
Yeah,
debate.
let's go with
Democrat.
that. Let's go with that, and let's see how he does that.
Do you love black people?
Did you vote for the Great White Hope?
You calling Donald Trump the Great White Hope?
That's right.
Okay, the big orange disaster is what I call him. Yeah.
Did you vote for him, first of all?
No.
Do you want to be forgiven for what you've done in the past? Because that's not who you are today.
No, that is who he is today.
Are you the same person today as you were in the past?
I'm not.
But why?
I'm not.
Why is it that you're not, but he can't change?
He hasn't shown change.
So
why do you love this man? What does this man do? Do you like black people? What did your black skin ever do to you?
Why
Mr.
are you asking me that? Well, haven't I shown I love black people?
You have shown that you strongly despise black people.
By doing what?
Saying stuff like the Great White Hope.
I have T-shirts that says the Great White Hope.
But I gotta ask you a question.
Also, listen, you didn't know this about me. I call Obama the fallen messiah. He's married to Big Mama, and he's afraid of his wife.
Mr. Peterson.
The reason I'm telling you the truth about it, because you people are being controlled. The blacks are being controlled.
You are one of us?
I'm not a one of you as far as
we're not
being
black,
controlled and manipulated.
You've
been told that the white man, you've been told that the white man is doing this to you, and you believed it to a lie, and that's how you've been controlled, when it really was the blacks and the Arabs who sold you to others, to whites and to other blacks, because blacks had slaves.
Where did your
did you know that blacks had slaves here as well? Are you proud of the great job that the Great White Hope has done in the first year in office as president?
Who's the Great White Hope?
The president. President Trump.
Try to shake his hand. Try to shake his hand and see
Right,
if you shake
see
your
if he
hand.
pass you up.
Stick your hand out, try to shake his hand and see if you shake your hand.
Right.
And see how much you love your white hope.
So you're not proud of what he's done?
No.
Did you vote for him?
Huh?
Did you vote for him?
No.
Do you vote?
No.
Oh, Israelites don't vote?
No.
Oh, okay. And you're not proud of the Great White Hope either?
You are?
I don't call him the Great White Hope,
You
first
proud
of
of
all,
him?
but no, I'm not proud of Trump.
You put the country first. And my last question, did you have fun?
I don't even know how to answer that, man.
Oh, okay. Let's pause, Daniel. Let's pause because I see there's a lot more to that video, and I have an idea, which is when I go get another cup of tea, you can play that. But yeah, racists. Can I make a heartfelt plea to racists and bigots everywhere? Make it funny at the very least. That's the way you be racist against your own people. It kind of it can be done in a funny way. Finkelstein, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's not informative. It's really it's not even well delivered. It's slow and boring and disgusting. So let's hear more from Finkelstein.
Although again, I don't remember where we ended off. Probably like you.
Jonathan, and I think he was done, and then he
have you.
Yeah, and then Pierce, I think, was going to ask him a follow up, but Finkelstein wanted to say something.
Oh, so we didn't. Oh yeah, I think we did this. Wait, we didn't cover this. Oh no, yeah, we did.
Ago, where he directly urged and called on the president when he was in between his terms to actually take action against Iran, and how Iran, the Iranian regime, is a threat to the U.S. Islamic Republic. They could threaten U.S. posture, they could threaten assets, they could threaten U.S. allies. But
I'll ask you a question first, which is based on something you said before, which was, you believe strongly that Iran had a legal right to defend itself. Do you not think that Israel has the same right to defend itself against Iran?
Okay. One of the senior ballistics experts in the world is Professor Ted Postel at MIT. And if I could put in a plug for him, although I don't know him personally, you ought to have him on your program. He did an interview a few days ago. He described the head of state of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, as, quote, a homicidal maniac.
What an expert.
Around a half hour later, Professor Postel again, after developing his argument, described Mr. Netanyahu as a homicidal maniac. And that was only a partial truth. The full truth is, it's a nation of homicidal maniacs. He is the reflection of his nation. Now let's turn to Mr. Cornicus. Mr. Cornicus asks the question. Mr. Cornicus asks the question. Why should we?
It's Conricus. The N is before the R. Finkelstein. A professor should be able to pronounce the name. No,
the other guest.
That's too difficult to call Jonathan.
The other guest says, why should we wait until Iran develops the missiles, the ballistic missiles, the delivery systems? Why should we wait? Really? China has ballistic missiles.
Let's pause nuclear power. Yeah. So first of all, I don't know what he was saying, where he was going with. One of the world's leading ballistic missile experts said that Netanyahu is a homicidal maniac. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What is Iran firing at Israel? Fairy dust? What's going on right now? What happened back in June? What happened when Iran in 2024 attacked Israel, the first time either country had directly engaged with the other? And where is there a moderator or an interviewer here to ask those questions? And why isn't Cornicus really tearing into the evil that is in front of him? And it's not the evil is not in the slow delivery. It's not in the intentionally mispronouncing people's name. It's in the fundamental ideas that he masks, or he kind of helps you forget about in every every absolutely nauseating aspect of his character and delivery.
Susie says, a nation of homicidal maniacs and peers has nothing to say. I mean, what is there to say? I mean, either he agrees with it or, I mean, he didn't call it the John Locke thing. I mean, what?
You're a Nazi. That's what there is to say. Why isn't Pierce saying, don't be a Nazi, or at least admit you're a Nazi? That's what the answer is there.
Missiles, nuclear weapons delivery systems for them. If you ask John Mearsheimer, who I count as a good friend, he will tell you that a conflict with China is inevitable. It's inevitable. Why should we wait? Why shouldn't we launch nuclear weapons at China, that crazy communist regime, which poses some point in the future a real threat?
Okay,
Why
I
should
want
we
to
wait?
address that because China is a threat today because of inaction of the past. It's not, by the way, it is not the same. China has nuclear weapons and I think is much less likely to use them than Iran that has. China doesn't have death to anyone in its official slogans. It is an evil communist regime that would not have been in power had the West, said, hang on a second, after World War II. Okay, we fought alongside some evil people to get rid of some other evil people, but let's not pretend these evil people are in any way our friends, in any way, people we should engage with positively. Had the West, had Britain and the U.S. taken care of the problem of the Soviet Union immediately after World War II, and I understand it was super difficult, but and after many years of war, but also there were nukes. And nobody else had them. So that was, and it doesn't mean you have to use them, although you can, but it means if the very threat of nukes is gonna win you wars in that situation. Had something been done then, there would not be a communist China. There would not have been a Soviet Union nuclear arm. There would not have been a Cold War. There would not have been billions of people oppressed around the world. So the lesson of that is, don't do it again. Don't do it again. When evil people who want to kill other people and oppress their own people tell you they're building a nuclear bomb, assume they're going to use it, either actually use it by dropping it on somebody, or are going to use it as a bargaining chip to spread their evil unobstructed.
I don't want to engage with it. Like what Finkelstein says, that is not like an actual engagement with any topic whatsoever. So trying to split it apart and actually talk about it is pointless. This guy just doesn't care about, or not. He doesn't care. He wants Israel wiped out. That's the end of it that you have to remember. There's nothing else. And everything, all of his opinions are going to be informed by that. They will not be informed by international law. They will not be informed by any sort of objective law. They will not be informed by any decent philosophy or even any indecent philosophy outside of maybe Nazism or straight up wiping out all the Jews in the state of Israel and probably outside. That's his only axiom in that matter. That's the end all be all. That's the alpha and the omega, if we want to put it that way. And that's what he's inspired by. That's all you need to know to deconstruct all of his arguments.
I'm old enough to remember in 1963 when China acquired nuclear weapons. And the question was, why should we wait? Communist China, Marxist-Leninists, crazy fundamentalist Marxists, why should we wait? I wonder if your other guest, I wonder if he believes it would have been a good idea for the United States to nuke China in 1963. Why should we wait?
I'll be
The
happy
whole
to respond
point
to
of the
that.
UN Charter, the whole point of the UN Charter, the whole point of the UN Charter is to take the threat of war, of death and destruction, of murder and mayhem, to take it seriously and to make sure that all diplomatic options have been exhausted before you go to war. So
That
now
was a
let's
great
quickly
answer
look.
to the question that Piers asked.
Maybe all diplomatic options were exhausted because they were listening to you. Jesus Christ, dude. And yeah, he's asking a question and there's an answer. By the way, I think I gave an answer to that preemptively as well. But anyway, it's not a question that's asked for information purposes because, of course, it wasn't when they got the nuke. It was before they got the nuke that should have been done. And that's the comparison here. We are acting in, at least as far as nukes are concerned, preemptively. And in every other way, in response to 47 years of murder.
I think there should be a rule that after every answer that is longer than 1 minute, the person at the end needs to reiterate what the question was that was asked of him.
We will send that into Piers Morgan, whatever suggestion email they have, and I'm sure that is what you'll see from tomorrow's show onwards.
Brilliant.
Okay.
He asked
now
if Israel
let's
has
look.
the right to defend itself, and you called
Can you
Israel
please
a
tell your
nation
other
of
speaker?
genocidal
Could you
maniacs.
please tell your other speaker to let me speak?
Well, yeah, but
Well,
I
it
do
would
think
be
I did
nice
think
if you answered the question of the
I did
debate
ask a
and not went
question.
on
So
calling
now,
us
so
nation
now
of
let's
murderers.
get to the question.
Yeah.
Let's get to the question.
So what was it before? Like,
By all means.
Piers, number one, there has always been an option to significantly diminish the threat to Israel. There has always been an option. It's to create a weapons of mass destruction free zone in the Middle East. We have one in Latin America, a weapons of mass destruction free zone. We have one in Africa. We have one in the South Pacific. What's the obstacle? There is one obstacle.
No, the obstacle. So here's the suggestion. Let me translate the suggestion from despicable scumbag liar to truth. What he's suggesting is that Israel, surrounded by countries that tried to kill off the Jews before the country was declared its independence, declared war the day after, with only one goal, which is exterminating the Jews and taking over the country. Started war after war after war against Israel. Israel should then say, okay, we're not going to use, or we're not going to have the kind of weapons that would mean that in a worst case scenario, we still are able to defend themselves, because we're going to trust the people who are not saying, okay, if you don't build nukes or give up your nukes, we're going to say Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. There is no such option on the table. The options on the table are we're going to try to kill Jews as much as we can, and someday we will succeed. That is what's on the table. So, yeah, every time Finkelstein makes a suggestion about what should happen in the Middle East, again, even there's a subtext. The subtext is the extermination of the Jews by whatever means possible. If it can be done by a nuclear bomb or ballistic missiles, great. If it can be done door-to-door Palestinian style, great. If it can be done by rockets and drones from Lebanon, great. As long as the Jews are dead, Finkelstein is happy. And of course, he still believes, like any capo, although capos don't deserve to be compared to him, like any capo, he believes that when it comes to him, they'll be like, no, you're a good Jew. No, that's not going to happen. It didn't happen last time. It's not going to happen this time.
I mean, again, it's a complete non-essential. Like the fact that if there are nukes or there are no nukes in a certain region, doesn't make anything. Just because there are no nukes in South America or South Pacific doesn't mean that there were no wars there at all, like ever. It doesn't mean they were smaller necessarily. Africa doesn't have nukes. Technically, South Africa did have nukes for a little bit, but I gave them up. Still, Africa is riddled with conflict. Same with Middle East. The only nation that might or might not have nukes is Israel. And again, the conflict still that happens even outside of Israel, unless you want to blame every conflict in the Middle East on Israel, which I'm sure he would want. There were many conflicts that were, either civil wars or nations attacking other nations with no relation to Israel.
Eliminating all nuclear weapons in the Middle East, to significantly diminish the threat to Israel. We have that option. Who's blocked it? Who has refused? Iran has gone along with it. All the other Middle Eastern states have gone along with it.
Counting 100% on your stupidity. That's an ignorance. That is the Finkelstein way. Iraq has not gone along with it. Iraq was building a nuclear bomb. Israel destroyed it by military action. That's what happened there. And it was condemned universally. Your beloved UN Security Council, with the approval of Reagan's US and Thatcher's UK, voted to condemn Israel and to say that Iraq has a right to defend itself. Okay, that's what happened. The world was saved from a nuclear-armed Saddam Hussein. Remember, a dictator who did have weapons of mass destruction and used it on his own people. So this is what Finkelstein is actually defending. Remember, every time they condemn Israel, they're also defending a bunch of people. They're defending the murderous people of Gaza or Judea and Samaria, and they defend any murderous dictator who murders his own people, because they are also killing Jews, which means all else is forgiven.
Can we just end this?
Yeah. And Davy Boy does mention Syria was doing the same. Yeah, Syria was building a nuclear bomb. Israel took care of that in 2007. Right? Yeah. So, and Israel is doing it again. So, yeah, Israel is creating the only path to actual peace in the Middle East, which is the people who want wars will not be able to start them, or will be so weakened that if they do start them, they get defeated quickly. This is the world that the left is and the Finkelsteinian left is afraid of. A world with no real good prospect of finishing the job that Hitler started. This is terrifying to them. Yeah, there's just a bit more, but if you want, you want to pause, you want to play some Jesse Lee Peterson?
Sure.
Just as a break.
I'm kind of like sad, man, because
Yeah,
the way
I am
your
too.
views.
Yeah.
It's not fun
That you
to hear
don't love
talk
your
like
people.
that.
You're one
Did
of
you have
us.
fun?
No.
You didn't have fun. Did you have fun?
I had a good time, but I would have had a better time if you were in a different place than where you are.
I've
You're a
been there
different mind
before,
frame.
but God took the anger away. He set me free.
We're not angry
Did you have
people.
fun?
We're not angry people.
Did you
Yeah,
have
you're
fun?
real funny.
So you believe in destroying whiteness, you will destroy white supremacy. I'm reading here. Is that right?
Yes, white supremacy is the structure.
Why do black people see white, well, most blacks, not all, the good ones don't, but why do most black people like yourself see white people as supreme over them?
I think that, again, is a mischaracterization. It's not about individual white people, but a larger system and structure that provides certain sets of unearned privileges and ascribes status to white people and white bodies and those that adopt white ideology.
I'm not understanding and say, make it a little simpler for me and the people who are listening and watching.
Well, let me break it down. Let me break it down like this.
You see white people as supreme over you? Because
We don't.
you guys have spent 60 years complaining and watching and complaining about white people, where in the good old days when men were men and boys were boys, blacks were not doing that.
Our religious heritage is rooted in the regrettable experience of slavery.
You used to be a slave?
Yes, we used to be slaves.
You were a slave at one time?
No, I was not. I know I was never. I was born in the 1950s, so slavery was long gone by then. But I still experience the legacy of slavery.
How?
And the
In what way?
legacy of discrimination.
In what way?
When I experience barriers that exist simply because of the color of my skin, those barriers are still real and they still exist.
So how did you get to APU and do all that, be the dean and do all that if barriers are in your way?
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? It's a miracle. That's a miracle.
Is it possible because they were not there? At least not from the white folks.
That who was not there?
Barriers were not there. It was all in your mind. It's not real.
You still a black man, right?
But let me ask. If why is it that black men, like all other races of men, why don't you stop begging the white man to give you a job and all that, instead build your own job?
I promote that. I promote doing for yourself.
No, you're not. You're blaming the white man don't give you work.
What
You're saying the white man won't give you a job.
I said promote jobs. I didn't say give me a job. I believe in doing for yourself. I believe in creating your own businesses.
Why
That's
do you
what
need
I
the
promote.
white man to promote jobs? Why don't you promote them? What's different about the white man than you?
Oh, let's see. He stole everything he has. He got 246
What has he
years.
stolen from you?
Free labor from black people.
What has
black
he
people
stolen
built
from
this
black
country.
people today?
Oh, he stole our culture. He stole our language. He stole our heritage. He stole our labor. He murdered and slaughtered our children, our babies, our women, our men. Do we need to continue stolen inventions that we couldn't patent because
What's
they
your
created
language?
a patent office?
What's your language that they stole?
The different African dialects they stole. We didn't come here speaking English.
But white people speak English. They don't speak African dialect.
So,
They hate that
when we
mess.
came off the ships, we didn't speak English. So you stole our language.
What do you mean they stole it?
They wouldn't allow you to speak it, and they'll beat the
All
hell
right,
out of
all right. I think we've had enough, at least for now. Yeah, sorry, people. This is my dark sense of humor. I guess I'm a humor racist in that sense, but I find this funny. Because look, I've had
Chandler says we did steal rock and roll.
I've had debates with people about whether or not Jesse Lee Peterson is actually a troll or actually believes this shit.
Well, he did suffer a couple of strokes that I think might be.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that going to affect his ideas? I think he is a troll. I think it's an act, and I find it funny. It's look, the people he has on are not exactly rational people, all right. But what he's giving them is
Whoa! Way to call out Yaron, bro. What are you doing?
Yaron was the exception to the rule, but Yaron, I can tell you, didn't know what he was getting into and would not have gone on that show if he did. But yeah, look. These people that we saw here, I didn't think any of them said anything semi-rational, right? But
I mean, yeah, pretty much all. I mean, all of them, in a sense, some of what he's calling out is the collectivistic nature of a lot of, like African American culture. I mean, the way they all talk about what was stolen from us, right? And you know, with some of it, you could see, let's say, the vestiges of slavery or the, let's say, the Jim Crow, that, you know, if you are an African American growing up in the South, that, you know, institutional things still might have a fault, might have barriers to sort of your success. But again, putting it in this like such a stringent, like collectivistic way, I think a lot of it has to do with sort of the African American culture. One thing, I do know Jeremiah Cobra. I don't know if you know him.
I don't think so.
I'm not 100% sure he's an objectivist. He has been on Don Watkins' show at one point, and he wrote a book, and then he shot his cousin. That's the title of the book. He's African American, and I think the book explores really nicely the sort of basically like the ghetto culture, the sort of the way that if you are like an individual minded black person, it's very much viewed as like a negative thing, that all of it is about, you know, the sort of us, and you know, it's all about all of us.
A couple of things. First of all, the term African American is actually racist. That is a racist term. If you are, unless you're referring only to people who came from Africa and are now American. If you're referring to somebody who's black as African American, I know this was supposed to be the next evolution of the less racist way to refer to black people, but it doesn't work, people. Sorry, that is
sorry, colored Americans. I'm sure that's what Razi would like to refer to them.
No, but saying black is not offensive any more than calling a white person white.
But black isn't descriptive of what exactly I was saying, because like I'm not talking about black culture, because if you are somebody who actually like immigrates to Africa,
well, you were
like
talking
right now,
about Jeremiah Cobra.
What?
You said Jeremiah Cobra was African American.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I corrected you on that.
Is he not?
Is he from
Well,
Africa?
I was talking about culture. Okay, sure. Like on that point, sure, he was black. He is black. I think he hasn't changed that. But I specifically was commenting on the culture, which I think there is a. I don't know if you want to call it African American culture, but there is like a distinctive set of ideas, set of sort of culture that I think is distinct from like let's say Nigerians who immigrated like second generation or something.
Yeah, and also romancing the trolls, American descendants of slavery also doesn't refer to a large part of the black population in America. So yeah, and Hawaiian Daniel also mentions Elon Musk is African American. Yeah, and that is true, and this is a big problem I have with this term. But yeah, this isn't Jesse Lee Peterson responding to the collectivism of
oh yeah, of course,
pro-black racist black people with his pro-white racism, but it does make it a little bit entertaining.
I mean, Uncle Ruckus doing politics is definitely one of my favorite aspects of the modern American political culture. Although, like I said, it looks like Jesse Lee Peterson is falling off. He doesn't really get many views anymore.
And
probably pulling yes. Well,
Bonnie says that Jeremiah Cobra teaches at Van Damme Academy now, so that is the best school in the world. So well done to him. All right, let's.
He is a real credit to his race. All right, do you want to go back to Finkelstein?
I want to see a bit more of this, although I'm not sure if the audience is as interested as we are. But let's see a little bit, because Finkelstein really, we need a longer break than your average commercial break.
I mean, we just don't have to go back.
Off the ship speaking black stuff. When would black people be happy and saying that's enough? When will we know that they're satisfied? Because they wanted affirmative action, we gave them that. Okay. They wanted to get into the white school, we let them get into that without earning. They want to move into the white communities. Okay. We let them do that without earning it. Mm-hmm. And now they want reparations.
You have to earn getting into the white community.
They even wanted the white woman, so we gave up the white woman to them. Remember that?
Wait. No. So you're not calling yourself black? Is what you're saying.
I am black, but I'm not into the black thing.
Okay, gotcha.
And so we gave them the white woman. When will it be enough?
Well, I think the thing is,
when would they say, okay, white folks, we had enough, we got what we need?
I can't give you a short answer to that. Again, it's complicated because it goes back to that concept of retention, right? Where you're saying that, okay, black people have gotten all this stuff, they've done this. Well, again, the research shows that you can put several black people into a space within the organization.
And they'll destroy it.
No, I'm not going to say that.
You got to agree that everything black people touch, they destroy it.
Oh, no, I can't.
Tell me one thing that they'll build. Majority of black people live, or majority of black people did, and you want to live there.
Atlanta is a great place. Why not
No,
live
it's
there?
not.
You don't
There were attacks on cops in two separate incidents. And in one incident, the cops were trying to make an arrest. Some black people threw water on the cops. They threw an item and hit the cops in the back of the head. Another incident, they attacked the cops as well. Is that black brutality on cops?
Oh God, no. When you're defending yourself,
Can we
that's
play
just
those
common
soundbites?
sense.
Outrage this morning over the complete disrespect towards New York City Police Department officers being drenched with water, all caught on cell phone video.
Oh my God, they came over here to talk to them that they violated. Yo, they violated them.
And that's not the only one. A separate incident on the other side of town. This video showing a bucket being hurled at a cop.
Are you proud of your people for acting that way?
I'm proud of people defending themselves and police officers that act like they are actually serving people when in fact they are using the badge under color of law to murder Black people. That should be the issue.
All right.
Those
Just
black
really
people
take a
did-
dark turn. And no, that's not a race comment. Jesus Christ, that is despicable. And again, this is not the Jesse Lee Petersons of the world who should be defending what's right, because he's not defending what's right, and he's definitely not coming at it from the correct perspective. But yeah, seeing those videos and seeing those people not getting arrested is troubling. And I'm guessing this was pre-Mamdani, right? So imagine what it's like to be a cop today in New York. Okay, before we go back to Finkelstein, I do want to give a news update. There are additional sirens all the time in Israel. Israel is under unlimited, apparently, attacks, but they are there are not many missiles fired at a time. There are just many barrages, or one. I don't know if it's a barrage, if it's one, but yeah. It's really terrible right now for people in Israel, and again, all the more reason to keep doing this. As always, there are mixed messages from the U.S. Trump says that Israel will be ready to finish the war in Iran when the U.S. wants to finish it. I really, what are these statements? Like, what is the goal of a statement like that? Even if you are gonna, stop without winning, why tell them to, hold off? Now, the other side of the mixed messages we're getting is that there's a report that Trump is again considering occupying Karg Island, and that the Pentagon is preparing for the possibility of a ground invasion. That is good just to hear that there's an understanding. But yeah, if on the other hand he's talking about ending it, that's not good. And yeah, there's a lot of damage from a missile in the port in Haifa. Haifa also had issues. Was it yesterday or the day before, when the refinery there was hit and pretty badly? So Israel is taking a lot of fire. There is a direct hit reported near a building, not a direct hit, but near a building in somewhere in Israel. Yeah. All right. Should we wrap up the Finkelstein segment?
I like what Shmuchu says in the chat. Do we have to?
We should. Because yeah, again, Jonathan Cornicus is doing a good job, but also missing out on a lot. And yeah, while Pierce's viewers might not see this, they might see it. So yeah, make sure you share this video and like it, because that also increases the likelihood of people having it show up on their feed. So yeah, let's watch a bit more.
Only one state, the one who pretends to be for peace and for security, which has opposed the weapons of mass destruction free zone in the Middle East. That's Israel. Iran is a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Is Israel
And are violating it?
a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty? In fact,
Piers, is he going to
fact,
answer
if
questions
you
or
look
just freewheel all day long? Like, I mean, I answer your questions. I don't sit here and just pontificate. You ask me a question, I answer it. Is this going to carry on all
Well, yeah,
night?
I do think, Norman, that I did just ask a simple question: Is Israel not entitled to defend itself from Iran?
Israel has the right to defend itself under Article 51 of the UN Charter if it faces an imminent, irreversible threat to its national sovereignty. You can't invoke a future possibility sometime into the future
For Israel, it isn't
as
future.
grounds for
It is
launching a
present.
war.
It is
for
past.
launching
It's
a war.
present and past. It's not future. It's present and past. Really, I have to intervene here because you're saying so many things.
Mr. Cornicus.
Yeah, you're saying so many things that are ridiculous.
Well, we should be able to
Jonathan, if
get
it's too difficult
people's
for you,
names
Jonathan.
right. So his name is Jonathan Conricus. Let's please use the right name.
Yeah, but I mean, listen,
Conricus.
Conricus, Jonathan, if it's too difficult, Mr.
Jonathan.
Professor Finkelstein, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, Jonathan, do
You
you want to
don't
respond?
have the right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, listen, it's a really clear case, very basic situation. From an Israeli perspective, we are under threat. We are at the receiving end of Iranian ballistic missiles. We're at the receiving end of Iranian funded and armed terror organizations. So if there ever was a justification for a sovereign country to defend itself and take military action against an aggressive, hostile state, nation state, then it's Israel against Iran. And sure, we can debate the US perspective on it, and we can debate how smart it is. I actually think that it's very smart to take care of an enemy that says that he wants to destroy you, just doesn't have the real capability to do so yet. I think it's exactly the right thing to do, to take care of that enemy and make sure that they don't have the means to fulfill their dreams of destroying or even threatening to destroy you. And weapons of mass destruction in the hands of religious zealots and ayatollahs and people who dream about, a Muslim caliphate and who govern their own country by oppression, who murder people on the streets, who hang gay people from cranes, and who oppress everybody who doesn't conform. I mean, nuclear weapons are horrible everywhere. They can be potentially horrible everywhere, but in the hands of people who have zero morals, zero respect for human life, that's the worst place for them to be. And frankly, sir, I don't think that the example of China is relevant. It could have been relevant in the 50s, and maybe then that could have been a smart thing. But I don't know, and I don't think it's really relevant today. What is relevant today is that Iran was pursuing nuclear weapons program, and they were trying to build bombs, and they were enriching uranium. They were hiding their nuclear weapons program. They were trying to deceive the International Atomic Agency, and the world caught wind of it. Israel exposed it. The US exposed it. Europeans, who are, I don't think you can blame them for being action prone or wanting to be belligerent, but they actually saw and understood the threat, and they said, okay, let's deal with it in terms of sanctions. And they applied sanctions on the Iranian regime in order to give it an opportunity to course correct.
Okay, but Jonathan, you're talking there about the need for Iran to be transparent and open and honest about its nuclear capability, about its nuclear aspirations. And yet, Of course, the one country in the world which resolutely refuses to be remotely transparent about its nuclear capability is Israel. I've asked Netanyahu directly many times. I asked Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister, last week. Nobody ever wants to give a straight answer. So let me just ask you. You said you...
He also asked Benny Morris. He asked like every single Jew, every single Israeli he has on his show. Why Israel let everybody know they have nuclear weapons? Anyway.
Answer my questions. Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Yes or no?
Listen, as far as I know, and as you know, not the prime minister, not even close to it, way above my pay grade. But as far as I understand, Israel does possess significant capabilities. But officially, Israel says it maintains this policy of ambiguity.
Why?
I think at this, I think at this stage, the organizations, enemies, and people who need to know, they know. And I'm specifically focusing on our enemies. And
yeah, but you understand why people like me look at it and go, hang on a sec. So you guys are all over Iran about their nuclear capability, and you want to have full transparency. You don't want anyone misleading anybody. And yet when it comes to your own nuclear weapons, you know, you're about the first Israeli guest I've ever had, I think, who's openly said, yeah, we've got them. But the idea that your government can just not answer that question and is the only country in the world that doesn't give an answer to that question, why does Israel get a pass? I don't understand it.
Well, I think it's fundamentally different when you try to compare Iran and Israel. We aren't the ones.
Well, let me compare you to the UK. Why should the UK be open and transparent about its nuclear capability, but Israel get a pass? I don't understand why there's one rule for Israel and another rule for everybody else has got them.
But even more substantially, Piers, why should anybody have nuclear weapons? Why does the UK have them? For what purpose? What does it serve France? What does it serve Russia, China, the US?
Well, obviously they have them as a deterrent, as I assume Israel does. But again,
there you go.
The French are open about it. The British are open about it. The Americans are open about it. The only country that isn't is Israel.
Yeah, but I mean, what's more important, whether you have it or not, or whether you speak about it? I mean, I think it's something that, frankly, it's one of those Israeli policies that I actually don't understand myself. I've questioned it a few times and sought answers to really understand the reason behind it. The way I analyze it is that it was a policy or a principle that was formulated many, many years ago, maybe in the 60s. And at the time, it served a purpose while capabilities were being generated. And then it probably just carried on with inertia. And maybe a future prime minister of Israel will say, you know what, world, yes, we have them. We're armed with them, and we can use them in order to defend ourselves against an existential threat.
I think that would be an excellent...
Yeah. It is, this is a very, very stupid question, as we know. First of all, Pierce said something about why is there one rule for Israel and one rule for everybody else? That's international law. That's the fiction that is international law. If you're signed to a treaty, you need to abide by that treaty, and countries don't abide by that treaty. As they mentioned, Iran is a signatory, and they've been developing nuclear weapons. So, Israel chose not to sign that treaty. That's why. They don't have to tell you, Piers Morgan, what kind of capabilities they have to defend themselves from the enemies that would use that knowledge to try to bypass whatever they can. Just like Israel doesn't need to inform Iran that their proxy to the north of Israel, their drones might be shot out of the sky by lasers rather than interceptors. That's not. Israel doesn't, no country owes that to its enemies. And this is one of those lines of questioning that I'm sure Piers is super proud. He's like, I'm not going to let him off the hook. I'm repeating it. And the guy is like answering straightforward. I don't agree with the policy. I'm like, I think we have them. We should be ready to use them. Yeah. Okay. But this is Israel's policy, and you don't like it, tough. But Israel isn't violating anything by having nukes, and not saying that it has nukes and not saying that it doesn't have nukes, because that's what ambiguity means.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nonsensical question, so I don't have much to say on top of that.
Let's play some more.
I personally would support it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I personally would support it, but I mean, would that change the situation, the calculus regarding a crazy religious
I don't think it changes.
like Iran?
No, I just think it does think if you're going to lecture other countries about being transparent about their nuclear capability and aspirations, you've got to be yourself. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite.
No, I mean, my issue.
I don't think the problem with Iran is transparency. Like, I don't think our problem is that they don't, they develop it, but they don't tell us they develop it. The problem is that they develop it. Which again, that's the violation itself. It's not like, again, if we go by the non-proliferation of nuclear arms treaty, you cannot be transparent about development of nuclear weapons. You cannot develop nuclear weapons. That's what being a signatory means. No state shall develop nuclear. I don't know exact quote, but yeah, no state shall develop nuclear weapons for any military use.
With Iran is that they try to destroy the state of Israel. They openly say that their national goal is to annihilate us.
Yeah, I'm not quibbling with that.
It's not so much about transparency.
I'm not questioning
about the fact that they want to kill us all.
I understand. But I've got to leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed for the debate. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. You enjoy our show.
All right. Yeah, you're the man, Piers. Yeah, go give money to Piers. He really needs it.
Oh look, Kanye West and Sneeko. What a pair.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you saw this. I think this was the day before, but he interviewed one of the scumbags from the Manosphere documentary, and looks like he regretted doing that interview. And the scumbag, of course, like I said when we had our super chat goal of talking about that documentary, these people, they're some of their content is them like beating people up, and that makes sense because they're humans who behave like animals. What doesn't make sense is them having a conversation like a human being on an interview show. But Piers loves that shit. This is the British tabloid journalism of late 90s, early 2000s.
You know what? They should have Piers Morgan in wrestling. They should have him like at some point just making debates between the whoever is big one right now.
No, I mean they have talk shows in wrestling as part of the show that sometimes a wrestler hosts, but no, I think wrestling is too kind of too commercial to be associated with the likes of Piers, who really is the scum of the earth, and like he knows it and he's proud of it. So anyway, we got the gist of that. There is a lot of damage caused in Israel from the attacks today, but again, as far as we can tell, nobody has been killed, which is good. And as we said, there are reports that are positive and there are reports that are negative coming from the US, like talking about ending the war when the US decides. No, if you go to war, you end the war when you win, not when you decide that you want to lose. But on the other hand, Trump considering occupying Karg Island and the Pentagon preparing for the possibility of a ground invasion, that is positive news. Whether or not it happens, it's positive news that they're preparing for it, sending troops to the region. I don't think this is going to get Iran to back down. Iran will not back down. Trump doesn't understand religion, and he doesn't understand taking religion that seriously. So, hopefully Iran won't back down. Hopefully the U.S. will have no choice but to continue this until total victory. And we will be here to follow it, to praise the good decisions of Trump and Netanyahu, to call them out on the bad decisions, and to do so while making perfectly clear where we stand, which is unapologetically pro-America, pro-Israel, pro-West. Daniel, parting thoughts?
I wish there was some better commentary on, but I mean anything in politics really. That could be, you know, a good, fun discussion or debate that we could have. But most of the stuff, especially on Piers Morgan, is straight up. I mean, people just making stuff. Like again, Axiom is Israel bad, and it's unfortunate. But also in some ways that is the only discussion you can even have on Israel, because like if you like there is no reasonable other side when it comes to being pro-Palestinian and pro-Iranian. So yep.
Shmuju says thank you for doing what you do, and a few other people comment with appreciation. Thank you. We appreciate you being here and supporting the show and liking it. We still are a few.
Also,
likes
if I can,
short of
if I can
100,
add,
4 likes short of 100 people. So if 4 people currently watching haven't liked, now is the time. What were you saying?
tell us in the chat how much you want to see Alex on the show again, because whenever somebody mentions Alex, I send her a message and she doesn't believe people want her on the show. So
Really? Yeah, Alex is the most requested person on this channel without a doubt. And you know, we look, nowadays Alex is under fire like today and yesterday. So I fully understand if we did get her on, it will probably be from the phone running to or from the shelter. But yeah, thank you for all the comments. We will screenshot and send that to her so that she has no choice but to believe. And with that, thanks, Daniel. Thanks, everyone. We will be back here tomorrow for as long as we are physically and mentally able. And we will be back here every single day until the total victory. Good night.